Paano mabuhi ka ba? Kalulukat lang ba guys? People of community loyal local mo, we will be happy to mas ya. We will be happy to mas and we will have a great surprise. Dan para kamu such event happen in your country. Continue, Risale.
On behalf of government and people, Makira Ulawa, we are happy to much. Ocean Premier, Lomekten, Provincial Assembly, Brave, waiting for the ministers, Blomi, we are happy to much. We will thank you to Games Organizing Committee and National Hosting Authority for giving this opportunity for Makira Ulawa Province and also receiving and hosting the Baton relay.
garden. For pagan fish, for fishing, for the current celebration, but only you know, make them for the current celebration.
Aloha Geta, welcome to the Solomon Islands, a hidden gem of the Pacific. Just under 1,000 islands, 700,000 people, all here to welcome the 2023 Pacific Games. My name is Seamus Martin, a proud son of the Solomon Islands, and joining me for the next 2 weeks is Lisa Osifello.
Hello, Keta. My name is Lisa Osifello, and it's an absolute delight to be here and to get to where we are, just moments away from history in the making, and it's the 17th Pacific Games here in Honiara.
Yeah, that's right. The Solomon Islands becomes the 7th nation to host these Pacific Games. Honiara, the 10th city to host these Pacific Games. And in just under 1 hour, the opening ceremony will take place right here at the National Stadium. Now, Lisa, one of the big parts of this opening ceremony is the arrival of the paddle. A Baton relay has been going around the Solomon Islands for the last 100 days, from east to west, north to south, and everywhere in between. And literally tens of thousands of hands have touched this paddle. And I gather you were one of the first people here at the National Stadium before it left on that epic journey.
It was the 100-day to go mark, and the paddle left this newly built National Stadium in a relay type of style journey to the airport when it left for the first province.
Yeah, that's right. Solomon Airlines, the official carrier of the Pacific Games, took this paddle all the way to Isabel. Let's take a look at how that went.
Isabel is located in the northwest part of Solomon Islands. Unique blend of cultural richness, environmental diversity, and natural resources. The main island, Isabel, is the longest in the Solomon Islands chain, but also includes smaller islands and atolls. The island includes 6 language groups. The people of Isabel hold a wealth of traditional knowledge and practices which are passed down through generations. They have a deeply rooted connection to their land and sea, which is reflected in their customs and way of life. The province also includes the very popular ecotourism destination, Papatura, which is a favorite tourist destination for surfers.
Amazing images coming out of Isabel Province there. Just the first leg of this journey that the Baton has taken all around the Solomon Islands. Well, Lisa, we are sitting here in the National Football Stadium, which is one of the many infrastructure upgrades that Honiara has seen over the last few years.
And Honiara has also been given a facelift. Of course, it's kind of a big deal for the people of Solomon Islands in terms of facilities, infrastructure. As we know, we have this newly built National Stadium, and also for the first time we have the Aquatic Centre and also a proper running track. So the Pacific Games has really brought something different to the people here in the country.
Well, it's not just the athletes that have benefited, it's the people of the Solomon Islands as well. Henderson International Airport is another that's received a facelift. We sent our team out there to check in with the athletes who have arrived en masse this week.
Are you ready? Oh, are you? Reach for the stars. Oh, are you?
Team Fiji, talent celebrate night.
I'm so excited to be here, at SPG in Solomon Islands. This is my first South Pacific Games, so I'm excited to be a part of the team, a part of the squad. We're aiming for gold, so that's our most important part of the tournament. We've been in camp 2 months, and we've sacrificed a lot. It's been a hard journey, so it's all worth it. We're excited to be here, and thank you for having us.
We are Team 112, talent celebrate unite.
international event, so I'm quite excited about it actually. It's very exciting to be able to come to the Pacific Games, and I'm really looking forward to competing here.
I'm really looking forward to meeting all these Solomon people. I've always wanted to come to Solo. I've had a lot of Solo friends. It's been a good experience leading up to it. I've been doing hard training, working hard, so it's been good. I'm excited to kind of get here, show them what I can do, and yeah, go for gold.
Team Tonga, challenge, celebrate, unite.
Well, this is my first year here, but I've been preparing ever since, I feel like since I was young. Pacific Games is always heard of and spoken of in our country, and being able to be here and represent for not only my family but for God is such an amazing experience.
We're really keen, we're super excited, honoured to be here, so it's going to be exciting.
Welcome to Solomon Islands.
Hello.
I know this is your third time again appearance in the Pacific Games. How do you feel about it?
I'm very privileged and honoured to be here. Not a lot of people make it to their third one, so I'm very grateful. Oh, so I've never been to the Solomon, so I'm just looking forward to the experience, the culture, and meeting the people, and really just getting to be in a new environment, really.
I'm Tuvalu rep of volleyball, and I'm very proud that I am the youngest player of the team, and this was my first Pacific game to attend. I want to experience how elders go to the Pacific game and what they can experience in sports. I'm very happy that was. This is also my first time here in Solomon Island, and it's very nice.
It's my first time to travel, and this place looks amazing. It was eye-catching when we were about to land. Yeah.
Hello, Team PNG. Challenge, celebrate, and unite.
Well, some very excited athletes there. Just a small taste of those that have been arriving for the past week. Over 5,000 athletes and officials expected here in Honiara. Let's not forget our visiting media and, of course, friends and family here to support the athletes during their stay. And let's hope, Lisa, that those friends and family get an opportunity to explore the Solomon Islands and places like the Central Province, the second stop of our Baton relay journey.
Central Province, Seamus, is one of the closest islands to Honiara, and it's just 1 hour away by boat.
Yeah, the former administration capital, the Central Province, has a long, steeped history here in the Solomon Islands. Now let's check out that Baton relay in the Central Province.
Central Province is a 1 hour boat ride from Honiara Port. The province was the location of a series of battles during World War II, occurring on and around their islands, and remnants from the war, such as shipwrecks and aircrafts, are still present and are of interest to historians and tourists, known as the Iron Bottom Sound. It is a strategically significant geographical location northeast of Guadalcanal. The provincial capital of Tulagi is the first capital of Solomon Islands.
beautiful central province there, the closest to us here in Guadalcanal. Well, if you're new to the Pacific Games, it's a multi-sport event held every 4 years. 24 nations and territories around the Pacific here in the Solomon Islands, competing across 27 sports. Now, Lisa, out of those 27 sports, do you have a favourite?
For me, it's all about football, Seamus. All throughout the year, I've been doing some football commentary around the Pacific. I've seen women's football in the Pacific grow. So this time around, for me, it's all about football.
Yeah, it's all about family for me, Lisa. I've got a connection into the Cook Islands through my sister, and 2 of her daughters are representing the Cook Islands here for the Pacific Games. One, a team manager for Rugby League Nines. She was actually a gold medalist 4 years ago in netball, but hung up her bib, and a humble brag here. My youngest niece competing in long jump when the track and field gets underway in week 2. So look, I can't wait for these sports, but I'm sure there's something out there for everyone. There are 27 sports at the 2023 Pacific Games, from archery to va'a. Bodybuilding makes a return to the 2023 program. Football, as we've identified, is always a highlight. Keep an eye out for the Cook Islands Rugby League Nines teams. They are packed with Australian-based talent. There is swimming at the first ever National Aquatic Centre. Keep an eye on New Caledonia, who swept the pool in Apia 4 years ago. Australia are traditionally strong in taekwondo, and they'll be hard to beat on the mat. And weightlifting will be closely watched by the home crowd with a strong Solomon Islands presence. Well, yes, those athletes from those 27 sports, Lisa, they've been down taking their meals at the dining hall. Now, that place is an absolute hive of activity. There's noise, laughter, colour, emotion, and the food is wonderful. I think over 140,000 meals being made over the next 2 weeks. That's a real hive of activity.
Well, it's not only busy just at the dining hall, but also busy at the venues, at the Games Village. And we are also very lucky to have 2 of our roving reporters, Salote and Emma, who have been out and about in the past couple of days. Now let's see where they have been to catch up with all the busyness.
Welcome to the 2023 Pacific Games here in Solomon Islands. We are here at KG, one of the Pacific Game villages.
My name is Teopoko Tuariki. I'm 17 years old and I'm representing my home Cook Islands. It's really, really hot. Like that's obvious, but we are slowly adapting to it. The food is really good because we get like a wide range of like healthy food and then like a little bit of sweets to balance it and everything.
My name is Sally and I'm one of the waitress for Gensi Catering, and we prepare breakfast for Fiji and Cook Islands, and I'm very excited to be part of this team.
What can you say about the experience and also what can you say representing your country?
The first thing we noticed when we arrived in Solomon is it's very hot here. The weather's really humid and sometimes it can be hard to train, but I'm really enjoying my stay here, and the food is wonderful as well.
I love the smile of the small little ones. They are very active. When we walk down the aisle, they'll be like jumping around, and that's what I like about Solomon. And it's a very beautiful country, and I love the people here and the food as well.
This is your first time in the Pacific Game. How does it feel to represent your country?
Well, it's a really proud moment for me. Because it's always a really proud moment because I'm the first time for my family to be part of the Pacific Games and to be part of Team Fiji to come and represent my country here in the Solomon Islands. The surroundings, I like it. It feels like home, so I can wait to do my best and make my country proud.
Well, we'll be keeping Emma and Salote busy for the entire 2 weeks, sending them out and about all around the Pacific Games. Well, our next stop on our Baton relay journey is one of the far-flung provinces in the east of the Solomon Islands. Let's check out Te Motu province.
Te Motu province is the most eastern part and province in the Solomon Islands, just next to Vanuatu. Now, the Baton took a journey to Te Motu province and made its way through the Graciosa Bay. Te Motu province also holds the most remote volcanic island of Tinakula. The Baton was well received by children and both women, young and old. Now, the islands in this province are geographically distinct from the rest of Solomon Islands, being further located to the east and much closer to Vanuatu. The remoteness of the province poses challenges in terms of trade and economic development. Historical importance, especially the Santa Cruz Islands, which were among the first islands in the Pacific to have European contact.
Wonderful footage there of the smiling faces of the people of Tumotu Province. Just another example of how the Baton Relay has touched literally thousands of Solomon Islanders on the journey to tonight's opening ceremony. Now, the opening ceremony takes place here at the National Stadium, Lisa, and we've got a little bit of drone footage of just the finishing touches to this magnificent structure that's risen from the ground in Honiara.
Well, it took about 2 and a bit more years for the completion of the National Stadium. It is the biggest stadium in the Pacific, and tonight we're expecting a full house and a sold-out stadium.
Groundbreaking for construction of the National Stadium took place in May 2021, but progress was significantly delayed because of the COVID-19 pandemic and by the discovery of unexploded World War II munitions during excavation. It is all finished now and operational, with the official handover ceremony for the finished stadium taking place just 2 months ago. Well, I'm looking forward to all of those seats here at the National Stadium being filled for tonight's opening ceremony. And the sports program kicks off here at the National Stadium tomorrow with Rugby League 9s before Rugby 7s. Next week we have track and field, and the sports action is rounded out with the women's and men's gold medal matches in your sport, Lisa, football. And football, one of the sports which is kicked off early here in Honiara.
Exactly. Not only football, Seamus, but also we've had basketball, volleyball and tennis that have already started. Now let's take a look at some of that action.
Absolute bedlam here in the Friendship Hall in Honiara. American Samoan flags are flying 2-1 in this matchup. Fiji lead American Samoa, 4th set action now. Again, Fiji just need to win one more set. American Samoa need to win the next 2. Fiji in position. Oh, that was easy. Straight into the net. Another point, Fiji. 2-0. Good judgment from American Samoa. Just a light tap over the heads. Too far, that one. American Samoa. Win the point. No, they don't, Fiji. What's going on? 4-1 Fiji. What happened there? American Samoa have been superb at the net today. Outstanding reflexes, but Fiji go up 4-2. Second day action of the volleyball. The American Samoan fans are turning it up. Here they come, returning serve. Good point. 4-3. Fiji serve. American Samoa somehow managed to get it over the net. They always seem to do so, and they win a point to American Samoa. Into the net. Another point, Fiji. American Samoa, Fiji defect it, win another point, 8-4. American Samoa, Fiji managed to get the deflection off the net. They try to slam it in. American Samoa defend it, no, but not good enough. Fiji. Good. Fiji serve. Set continues. Point for American Samoa. Closing the gap slightly. 10-5. Fourth set. Fiji. Defended well by American Samoa, but it just went out in the process. 11-5. Such a high-paced sport. Point won by Fiji. Another point, Fiji. Another point. This time for American Samoa. Simanu Ta'amu. Feeds. Fiji slam it into the ground. Go up 14-6. American Samoa. Fiji in position. Tapping it over. American Samoa, opportunity here. It's gone too far, but it did deflect off a Fijian player. Fiji, slam it. Position is there. Good defence from Fiji at the net. They are 10 away from victory. Here on the second day. American Samoa, Fiji defend it well in the net. They look to get it over. There's the decoy play, and there's a point for Fiji again. They go up 16-7. Fiji serve again. American Samoa, get it over. Fiji do well to keep it in. Tapped over again, deflected. Point for American Samoa. Wangama. Into the net, point won by Fiji. They go up to 17. American Samoa at the net. That's a good point. Standing slam to the ground. American Samoan flags are flying. Fiji, there's a decoy play, and there's a point. Yes. Powerful serve from Fiji. American Samoa. Return well. Oh, that's just gone over the heads of everyone. And into the left-hand corner it went. Great accuracy from Fiji. They lead by 10. They need 6 more to win the match. Point won by American Samoa. Fiji slam it and win the point. Gone too far. American Samoa, slam it, deflected off. No, it didn't. Fiji win the point. American Samoa need a point desperately, trying to keep it in. They've done well to get it over the net. Fiji set it up, spike it, and a point for Fiji, 22-11. They're getting closer. Just over the net. American Samoa slam it into the ground. American Samoa serve again. Fiji. That's gone too far. Easy point. They're 2 away. The men in white. Fiji serve it over. American Samoa. Fiji need to get it over. They will. American Samoa looking for the point. Here it is. There it goes into the officials' table. 23-13. American Samoa not giving up. American Samoa serve again. Fiji try to keep it in. They'll get it over only just. American Samoa in the box yet again and win another point. Deflected, and they do so to Americans. No, what's going on here? American Samoa win the point. 23-14 still. American Samoa not giving up. Support for both nations. You kind of feel the American Samoans are a bit more louder. Fiji let that go. And they are 1 point away from victory. Are the Fijians. One point away. Fiji serve. Powerful serve, American Samoa. Digs it out. Fiji can't get to it. American Samoa win the point. Don't forget 2:30 after this game, Tahiti versus Tuvalu. That'll be game 2 here on court 2. Fiji looking to win the set. They do so. 25-15. And Fiji win the match over American Samoa. 3-1. That ends it. Fiji beat American Samoa 3-1.
And Fiji women had a convincing win yesterday, beating comfortably Solomon Islands, the host. Guam with first possession. Spin move, turn around. Back down the court, Castro inside. Number 32 for Guam, get things underway. Brittany Bailey is Fiji. Estelle inside to Letava. Baseline, Letava. Some room there. Gets the contact. And one is Fiji now with the ball. Mendez, 3 points. Picked off there by Fiji. Here's Mendez. And Mendez. Oh, good. Good hustle defense. And yes. It's Fiji now. Inside to Matilla. Back out again, Mendez. Matilla improves her angle. Oh, marked by Mendez. Screen. 2 seconds. Castro should try and get some separation. Oh! Not good. Letava try to go quick to Millie. Castro left. And Brianna, the number 5, picked off there by Mendez. Should be able to score here. Yes, she does. So quick 2. This will lead up to 27 points to 19. Picked off again by Letava. Down the court. And Mendez should finish. Yes, she does. But, got the 2 points. Is a free Letava. She'll make them pay. Letava, baseline. Right, fake. And finishes to Letava on top of the keyway. Dribbles left. She'll have to take it. Back out and can't connect. Mendez, she was looking for the charge, but low. And yes. So I need a break after that. Here's Guam. All right, this time, yes. Joylin, another 3. Yes. That's the second one. She's starting to feel it. Oh, she was free. She was open. Castro. She'll get into the space of Letava. Very smart. 37-39. Under 2 minutes remaining. Third quarter. So Letava to Millie. Millie goes right. Steps in. And finally finishes. She's looking for the foul. Doesn't get it. Midway through the last quarter. Here's Millie. 5 minutes and 40 remaining. Millie still with the ball. Behind the back in. Goes left. And she scores for Guam. Here's Attila. Good seal off there. She'll go to work and gets the foul and the 2 points. Tava. Oh, she's left wide open. Here's Millie. Millie drives in. Can't go. Gets her own rebound. She'll go back up. Oh, Millie. 4 seconds shot clock. Letava. Big three. Fiji able to connect there. Final 8 seconds. And Destiny should try a quick three. Here's Jolene. She'll try the quick three. And yeah, that's been the story for Guam. That's it, ladies and gentlemen, as we end off day 3 of competition for basketball. Fiji 55, Guam 40. That's full time.
Well, that's enough to whet the appetite of any sports fan, and there is plenty more to come over the next 2 weeks. Well, Lisa, where was the next step on the relay baton journey?
The baton went to the home of the current Prime Minister and also the current Minister for the Pacific Games. The baton left to Choiseul Province. Choiseul Province is located on the far west of Solomon Islands, just nearing Shortland Islands, just across the border separating Solomon Islands and Bougainville. Choiseul Province is also home to the current Prime Minister, Manasseh Sogavare. Choiseul Province is known locally as Lauru. It is a significant province in the Solomon Islands situated in the western part of the country. The province consists of the island of Choiseul, which is the main island, along with several smaller islands like Taro, the provincial capital. It is located near the autonomous region of Bougainville in Papua New Guinea. It is culturally rich in tradition, arts, crafts, and rituals. Also, a mixture of the people of Kiribati.
From Choiseul Province, right on the border of Papua New Guinea. Now, Papua New Guinea, the undisputed queens of women's football at the Pacific Games. They are 5 times gold medalists, gunning for 6 in a row. They started their campaign with a 9-0 win over American Samoa. But before we get to that, let's take a look at the match between the Cook Islands and New Caledonia.
The Cook Islands, as I mentioned earlier, in August, it had 2 friendlies, both against Tahiti, and Yara Boynen points directly to the spot. Amano on her toes. Teratia Naki has opened the scoring for his side for the Cook Islands. Like I said earlier, there's a good breeze behind her back, blowing from north to south. And Wanesia, well, you have to admit that was unexpected. Kimberly Uini had just allowed the ball to bounce in front of her in what was relatively a nothing ball from Edsi Matao. Kayemo. Yakawe. Kayemo. It's a darting run in. Honakoko. Well, she makes it 3. 75 minutes gone by here at the SIF Academy in Honiara, Solomon Islands. To wherever you are across the Pacific and the world, thank you for joining us. Well, she's gone direct, Namano. And the Cook Islands have pulled one back. Almost unexpectedly, but they have hit back. The Cook Islands in August in 2 friendlies against Tahiti had beaten them 1-0 and then ended up in a 1-1 draw. And just like that, another goal, another brace this time. Alice Wanesia had scored 2 goals in the 45th and 55th minute. Claire Kaemo, her alongside Idsi Matao have formed a... Well, it's been quite an experienced defense. And you can't necessarily blame them as a potential for a hat-trick. Well, Julia Honakoko. Academy, proudly hosted by the Happy Isles. And David Yaraboinen calls an end to proceedings here in Honiara, as New Caledonia have taken a commanding, dominant and decisive 5-2 victory.
Well, don't forget that opening ceremony is less than 30 minutes away. Stay with us. We will have all the action from the National Stadium here in the Solomon Islands coming up soon.
And coming up next, our reporter Emma goes out and does a roundup of men's football for the past 2 days of competition.
The Solomon Islands is a country in the Pacific region known for its love for football. The 17 Pacific Games host nation Solomon Islands men's national team kick off their first match with brave Samoa among Solomon Islands Prime Minister Manasseh Sogobare with the big turnout from the crowd.
As builds up play now. It is Caleb for Samoa. Going on the far side, ball comes in. Philip Mango. Rafael Leai goes for the free kick, goes Irish. Kevin, hit the post. What a chance. It's Alman Kwan. Can he do something? No, he couldn't do so. But again, Samoa with the ball. And the cross coming in. Fine for with a header.
Just into the second half of the game, 29-year-old John Urubulu scored his first goal in his second appearance with the national team.
Komasi goes in for the ball. It's John Urubulu! What a goal! And the local boy is just scored a local goal in the local field. It is actually a script written already for the Solomon Islander, his first time in the international match at home. Komasi to Molis Gagame, but the referee decides that's the end of the game. The Solomon Islands going out with a 1-goal win And to the Solomon Islands, this is a very tough victory, but then there's vast improvements to be learned.
Well, the performance was not good. We didn't play a good match. The boys were nervous. We talk about it in halftime. It's understandable that he's nervous. This is the first match that they play in home soil in front of their people in 5 years. Well, I think in the second half the adjustment was that we talked to players that the energy level was a little low, and we bring two players that they have more energy, they press higher, they are better finishers, and it worked. Bobby did a good job, John scored the winning goal, and now we just have to practice a little better to try to accomplish the goal that we want, that is to be in the final match.
Well, you can feel the spirit of the 17 Pacific Games is here. Just 10 minutes into the second half, Solomon Islands managed to secure their first goal, 1-0. It's me, Emma Komasi, reporting for the host broadcast.
Well, 12 nations chasing men's football gold. Solomon Islands, heavy favourites to take home maybe their first ever gold medal in men's football. Well, up next on the Baton Relay, it's a province very close to my own heart. It's the Western Province, the home of my mum. And Lisa, I'm looking forward to seeing this highlights package.
Yes, the Western Province, very popular for its artwork as well, the Tomoko canoe and the Nguzu Nguzu. Now let's take a look at the journey of the Baton to the beautiful Western Province. One of Solomon Islands' primary tourist destinations through the new international airport at Munda. The provincial capital is located in Gizo. The province is renowned for its marine beauty, including the Marova Lagoon, the world's largest saltwater lagoon, stretching approximately 140 kilometers in length. The clear waters and thriving marine life are particularly famous among scuba divers. Balancing the preservation of its natural and cultural assets with sustainable development and tourism is crucial for the future of the province. The Western Province has a rich cultural heritage that is reflected in their music, dance and art.
Very familiar faces to me there in the Western Province. Now, just about here is that Baton on its way here to the National Stadium. Now, Lisa, for me, this is my fourth Pacific Games. I was in Samoa in 2007, I was in Papua New Guinea in 2015, and I was in Samoa again in 2019 at the 16th edition, but I gather you were there as well.
Yes, I was in Samoa for the 16th Pacific Games in my capacity as a sports reporter. So yeah, it was my first time in Apia. It was the second week of competition.
Yeah, a memorable occasion for me as well. I was there as the team manager of the New Zealand men's football team. We managed to win gold. As an official, I'm not entitled to a gold medal, but I managed to get my hands on one. Now, let's take a look at the gold medal standings from 4 years ago. Well, New Caledonia sat atop the medal standings 4 years ago, an incredible 182 medals across the sports in Apia. Papua New Guinea in second place, and the hosts Samoa, an admirable third. Prime Minister Manasseh Sogavare has challenged his athletes here in the Solomon Islands to 40 gold medals, but it's not just at the top of the table. We look down at the Federated States of Micronesia, Tuvalu, Niue and American Samoa, all taking home gold 4 years ago. Can they emulate that in the Solomon Islands? Well, that's how it finished 4 years ago in Apia, and you can expect plenty of medal updates here in the Solomon Islands. A matter of national pride, and let's see who ends up at the top of the table in 2 weeks' time. Now, sticking with Apia, Lisa, 4 years ago you were there to witness Samoa hand the ceremonial paddle over to the Solomon Islands at the closing ceremony.
Yes, Seamus, I was at the closing ceremony witnessing the paddle being handed over to the Solomon Islands as the next host. Now, as the paddle travels throughout the country, let's take a look at the next destination that the Baton went to, and it's Rennell and Bellona. Rennell and Bellona is located in the southern part of Solomon Islands. The province consists of two main islands, Rennell and Bellona, both of which are raised coral atolls. In fact, Rennell is the second biggest raised coral atoll in the world. It is Solomon Islands' least populated province, home of Lake Tegano, the largest lake in the insular Pacific on Rennell and part of a UNESCO World Heritage Site. A sports-mad province who get involved in all sports at every available opportunity.
No doubt Rennell and Bellona will play a part in the opening ceremony, which is just moments away. Well, Lisa, 7 years in the making to get to the start line of the Pacific Games. You've been here for the entire time. What's the feeling like in Honiara?
Well, for the first time, Solomon Islands as a nation is hosting the biggest event. It's 5,000 people in one place in Honiara. So let's see what the locals have to say.
Just in few hours, we're going to witness the opening ceremony for the 17th Pacific Game. It's a historical moment for Solomon Islands, and also I'm here at one of the festival village where we can meet and listen to others how the excitement and also how hyped are they for the opening ceremony tonight.
This is one of the biggest events that Solomon Islands will host for the first time, and we are so proud that we have the facilities to host this very big event, the Pacific Games. All right. And I would say all the best to Team Solomon. Go Solo Go.
Hello. Go Solo Go.
Very much excited. We are looking forward. Unfortunately, we don't have tickets, but we will try and find a space somewhere here to watch the opening ceremony.
Very excited because, first time for us to host Pacific Games. We've been crying for this for whole of our life. Some of our, relatives of those who in the past wanted to have this kind of event in our country, but now, yes, it's happening tonight. So if you are out there in the provinces or in somewhere you don't have an opportunity, turn on your TV.
Hi guys, which country na ba support team?
Fiji and Solomon, two rivals. They come together in one place. Bula Fiji, go Solo Go.
Go Solo Go.
Talofa, go Sama, go.
Yeah, I'm very proud.
Can you explain how proud are you
Is it 100% or 99%?
100% because I'm thank you for God blessings. I'm so very thank you. Okay.
And are you also going to watch the opening ceremony tonight?
Yeah, we're gonna make a dance.
Oh.
Yeah, we are dancers.
So you one of the performer?
Yeah, I'm performing.
I joined the South Pacific, mini South Pacific game when I was a kid, and this time I'm an old lady now and mature lady. My children are going in there for the Pacific for the opening, and I'm here waiting for them with food. Go, Solo, go!
So we have 24 countries and 24 sports. To my surprise, I see there are plenty different flags representing different countries and also plenty of supporters for different countries as well. Well, you can see me, I'm with many flags on my head.
Go, Solo, go!
Well, you'll be hearing plenty more from the streets of Honiara as the 2 weeks of the 2023 Pacific Games continues. Well, there's one more stop before the Baton reaches us here in Guadalcanal. And where is that, Lisa?
And that last stop is from my very own province. It's Malaita. Let's take a look. Malaita province, located in the eastern part of Solomon Islands, with a distinct cultural identity. Malaita features up to 14 local dialects. It has a dense population compared to other provinces of Solomon Islands, with around a third of the national population. The main island, Malaita, is the second largest island in the country, with the provincial capital of Auki. It features a rugged, mountainous interior with a few low-lying coastal areas. The province also includes smaller outlying atolls and islands, such as Ontonjava and Sikayana. Malaita is known for its diverse ecosystems, including rainforests, coral reefs, and mangroves. And the baton is getting closer and closer. We are just moments away for the opening ceremony of the 17th Pacific Games. It's a sold-out stadium, and tonight it's going to be extra special.
Well, we can hear the crowd behind us taking their seats. We're going to head up soon and take ours. A celebration of culture, of colour in the Solomon Islands awaits us. Wherever you're tuning in from, in French Polynesia in the east, all the way up in Micronesia, across Papua New Guinea in the west, all the way down to Aotearoa, New Zealand, and everywhere the Pacific Ocean touches, we look forward to welcoming you to the 2023 Pacific Games, Solomon Islands, where we invite you to challenge, celebrate, and unite.
Mate.
Good well evening, all Kata One Talk. Welcome to Honiara in the Solomon Islands and to the opening ceremony of the 2023 Pacific Games. My name is Seamus Martin, and it is an honour to be bringing you these images from the National Stadium in Honiara. Joining me tonight is my co-host Lisa Ossifello. And Lisa, we have been waiting for this moment. Tonight the Solomon Islands becomes the 7th nation to host the Pacific Games.
Yes, good evening, Oketa, and yes, welcome for you wherever you are joining us from all over the Pacific. I am super excited, and indeed it is a special night for Solomon Islands.
Well, Lisa, we also joined tonight by Brendan Telfer, a long-time voice of the Pacific Games. And Brendan, 7 years in the making, and we are just moments away.
And look at it, Seamus, it is absolutely going off here tonight. We have a full capacity stadium. There are people by the thousand outside this magnificent stadium. And tonight it's going to be a night of nights.
Well, 10,000 plus inside the stadium. My estimate, maybe another 5,000 outside the gates. It is absolutely heaving here in Honiara. And before us, an incredible cultural display awaits us. All 9 provinces that make up the archipelago of the Solomon Islands represented here. The countdown is on, and let the games begin. As the first of the 3,000 performers head out to the National Stadium, this segment, Harmony in Nature, presents the Solomon Islands in its natural form, untouched by people, packed with natural resources, as well as the numerous sea-related influences, and water will be a consistent theme through the evening, Brendan.
Indeed, the theme of the night is water. Of course, it binds us right the way across the Pacific, and these pictures, not only here in Honiara, going across the Pacific as well tonight, Australia, New Zealand as well, and to the world, we welcome you to this incredible opening ceremony. Tonight, Honiara is the centre of the Melanesian universe. It's the centre of the Pacific, and we're here to bring you all the games action.
Well, a great point, Brendan. Water, it connects us all. Lisa, it connects the 24 participating nations and territories that have winged their way here to the Solomon Islands capital of Honiara.
Yes, indeed, water is the key element that we will see in today's opening ceremony. As you can see, all the action coming onto the turf.
These kids have put in such a lot of work to bring us this spectacle tonight, Seamus and Lisa.
Yes, there's about 3,000 performers who will be performing tonight. They have been going through rehearsals for the past days and looking forward to a splendid and a spectacular performance from them.
And the other wonderful thing to report is it's a beautiful, balmy night here in Honiara. There was a threat of thunderstorms around the mountains earlier on. It is held off. We have got the night of nights.
Well, that's right. The sports gods have smiled upon the Solomon Islands tonight. Picture perfect conditions, and I can't stress these pictures do it justice. You can see at the top of your screen there, not a spare area outside or inside the National Stadium. This magnificent stadium built for these Pacific Games.
Yes, the biggest facility, of course, I think, as you mentioned in the warm-up show earlier on, and probably the most expensive structure here in Honiara as well, came in some $70 million, and it's going to be an incredible legacy for Solomon Islands, for Melanesia, for the Pacific, because it is the stadium of the Pacific at the moment.
Yes, this is one of the venues that we will continue to see throughout the next 2 weeks.
So the start of the cultural events tonight.
We will be officially welcomed here to Guadalcanal.
Inau au tutam te ulu na ganalu. Mitam sa tsapani tanrai kau solo la kahamu. Inde na Honiara na komungulai na Solomone. Tui suna na hau tambu me tau I malau tana isa tambu. Kalu mai sai kolura na maina, makalu sarahi, makalu tsua lalona ke ruka na mabao. Ilita lububutu lalona mamorukonde tan Solomone. Kalu tetea na veila man halube tan salapu talana kolura na lambana. Poi kalu pirua na ango indea. Ke hini tangindato na sana na mamorukonde tan Solomone. Vani hamu na lambana. Kamulela masindi tavetanda tanambisi man salapu talana. Ke talana nandani van litakonde. Talana tangio.
From our southern rocks and largest lake, our western lagoons reaching Lauru shores to the eastern Sunrise Islands, our central shields to the Long Island gazing at Malaita, our banana kingdom of Makira to the land we stand on, Guadalcanal. Welcome to our home. We stand and represent our people, our ancestors and our islands, and we are grateful to God for uniting us all in these Pacific Games. Ours is a story of strength and life tailored by each island. A mat woven by many hands to arrive at the stadium. Diverse in cultures and traditions. Born of many islands, big and small, scattered far and wide. Uniquely Melanesian, Micronesian, and Polynesian. We are bound together in this very land. Our people of the bush and sea have gathered to show you Solomon Islands. Wami deep forest, rich wildlife, and wild open seas. Our diversity dwells in our bones and colors the richness of our features. Under one banner, we speak unity, we speak harmony, yet we are all one. You and us, our islands are one tribe in the Pacific Ocean we share. We are but a family sharing a canoe. As the hosting nation Happy Isles, we raise our flag high with pride and dignity. From shore to shore, from east, west, north and south, we are one. With one voice and heart, we speak Yumi na Yumi.
Welcome to the Solomon Islands, a nation with a rich tapestry of diverse and vibrant cultures set against the backdrop of lush rainforests and home to some of the world's most diverse marine ecosystems, a place where modern society meets age-old traditions and all communities gather to celebrate age-old customs.
And a very eloquent welcome there. The oral tradition, of course, continuing across Melanesia, and our three poets just welcoming everybody here to this opening ceremony here at the Pacific Games.
Yes, and that was a welcome from the landowners of Guadalcanal. We've just seen
2023 Pacific Games.
And without further ado, we are going to meet the athletes of the 2023 Pacific Games, beginning with the previous hosts, Samoa. They lead the Parade of Nations as the host of the 2019 Pacific Games, where they finished third on the medal table with a haul of 125 medals. Fa'a Samoa alive and well, and the proud nation of Samoa into the national stadium.
And indeed, and tonight, of course, they're here, and you can see the crowd welcoming them as well with the Samoan flags in the stands. This is a very powerful team, Seamus. They've got some Olympic athletes here. One of them is Don Opolonge. We're going to be seeing him in weightlifting in the next week or so, already qualified for Paris. And perhaps we should also mention here that a number of sports that we're going to be seeing here at the Pacific Games are going to be used as qualifying to the Olympic Games next year. Team Samoa have a number of very powerful team members here. Don Opolonge is one of them. Boxing team as well, going to be extremely strong. They won 7 of 14 categories last time. Touch rugby, they're out to try and chase down the PNG side this time as well. They're focused on training. Samoa won both the men's and women's titles in tennis last time. Sailing as well, they absolutely knocked it out of the park with 6 gold medals. They are a really well-formed, all-round, well-drilled team, and they're led by their incredible weightlifting machine, Jerry Warwick and the team in Apia, doing amazing things. And what happens here in Honiara is going to have an impact on the world stage.
Well, talofa to you tuning in Samoa. If you're just tuning in for your first ever Pacific Games, well, this is a moment to treasure. Each of the 24 nations and territories are invited to present a cultural item as we see the tail of this Samoan team come across the center stage to begin this Parade of Nations.
Well, just pick up on that theme of weightlifting, and Jerry Warwick from the Oceania Institute that is now based there as we welcome American Samoa. Cousins just across the way, of course. Pango Pango a number of years ago hosted the mini games. They're here in some number as well.
Well, they haven't missed the Pacific Games since 1975, American Samoa.
And as you can see, the big crowds just milling around here. This wonderful vision coming to you from our drones above. But this has brought Honiara to a standstill, and the excitement this morning was palpable.
Yes, the expectation was the stadium to be filled a bit later when the gates open, but it filled right up as soon as the gates opened today. A packed stadium tonight, and as you can see, Team Samoa, the first team to come on, and just a bit different, Seamus, from the other Pacific Games, the parade, it goes right around. But here at the National Stadium in Honiara, the teams come out from all four corners of the field tonight.
They do indeed. This is a massive team from Samoa. Very powerful, as Seamus said. They finished third when they hosted the games back in 2019. They did so, of course, at the invitation of Tonga, which basically couldn't host. Samoa stepped up in 2019, put on an incredible show, and they're here to try and consolidate that in gold medals and titles here this time round.
And here come American Samoa just across the way from their big cousins of Samoa. A talofa to you in Pango Pango and all across the beautiful islands of American Samoa. Participated in the very first South Pacific Games in 1963, held in Fiji. And they've been ever present since 1975. No sign of the women's basketball team, the gold medal winners from 4 years ago. Well, they didn't qualify.
I think that probably surprised a number of people, Seamus and Lisa. But yeah, the gold medalists from last time round looked really comfortable. We were expecting them to come down here and mount a challenge in the women's basketball, at least defend that gold medal. Not to be, but we do have 3-on-3, and the American Samoans expected to be pretty handy in basketball, volleyball as well, bodybuilding, and don't forget their boxing team. They're a pretty handy boxing outfit. American Samoa looking to get amongst the medals there.
Well, 170 athletes from American Samoa, not all here at the moment. The reinforcements arrived for week 2 competition, Lisa. But again, fantastic to see all of these countries in their national dress, representing the hopes and dreams of their friends and family back home.
Most definitely, and the crowd is loving American Samoa as they make their way up on the podium area at the center of the field tonight.
And you can see how the travelers have got behind them as well. They've got small booklets in their laps, and every time they flip a page, the flag of the country entering the arena is held up to welcome. There you can see the American Samoan flags there being held up. So the crowd really getting into this as well, really reaching out and giving them the big Melanesian welcome.
Yes, they will be. They've got cards with them on their seats, and as the countries, so it's a bit of a participation from the crowd tonight, and the crowd is loving it.
Well, just another example of the wonderful initiatives by the Games Organising Committee here in Honiara, really looking to engage as many people as possible. And now we're going to see a performance from the American Samoan delegation. Final preparations maybe to the American Samoan team, sending messages of love and support back home.
So it looks like American Samoa will come across. They're approaching the VIP area here, coming across to the main tribune area. And as Seamus was saying, each of the teams has been invited.
Well, Brendan, I'm not sure that stage in the centre of the National Stadium is going to be able to hold some of these bigger teams, and we can see here American Samoa warming the hands up.
Test.
Well, the first of what I think will be many cultural performances of this opening ceremony of the 2023 Pacific Games Solomon Islands.
Lisa, what do you think? The American Samoans might have started something now. What do you think?
Most definitely. They have definitely started something now, and we're looking forward to the rest of the countries as they step forward in their traditional wear and their flags and just an array of colours all around tonight.
What a welcome.
Well, you might not have seen the Samoan delegation leaving gifts as a mark of respect for the VIPs on the official tribune. The respect between all of the Pacific Island nations, including our next team to arrive on the national stadium, Australia, is high. And Brendan, the largest ever team to be sent to a Pacific Games by Australia.
Big commitment by the Australians. They're here. They've been selective about the sports that they're sent down, and they want to do well here because they know the road to Paris starts here in Honiara. That's Ryan Tiak in archery, the Olympian, the flag bearer tonight. There are other Olympians here as well this evening. Harry Garside out of boxing. Eileen Thikamatana, the weightlifter as well. She is chasing some big numbers here in the weightlifting competition. The Team Australia, 37 men, 38 women. They're going in archery, they're going in athletics, boxing, judo, sailing, taekwondo, volleyball and weightlifting. And as I said, pretty strategic about them. Athlete development has been emphasised, but also they've got an eye on the prize, and that's an Olympic Games in about a year or so from now, Seamus.
Yeah, that's right. These Pacific Games operating as qualifying events for those Olympic Games
Team
in Paris next year. And it's a big g'day to our friends in Australia.
And indeed, we've got a couple of messages coming in fact, from Australia. Up in Sundale, Nambour, Faye is watching us apparently. G'day, Faye. And also down in Auburn in Melbourne as well, apparently. But the Australians, very powerful. Beach volleyball team defending champs, Tim Dixon and Marcus Ferguson. The rugby sevens silver medalist, lost to Fiji last time, Seamus. They'll be wanting to do a little bit better as we look at Honiara tonight. It is turning it on.
Well, one of the major features of several of the new facilities here is the addition of these glorious floodlights, which allow our athletes to escape the heat of the day. It has been oppressively hot, hasn't it, throughout the time here, Lisa, this week. And it's been very, very warm.
And there's also 12 venues. This is one of them.
As we move on to the Cook Islands here, and I know we've got a lot of viewers out in the Cook Islands, Lisa, and it's a very warm welcome to you over there on the eastern side of the Pacific. You might be watching this in Matavera, you might be out in Aitutaki, wherever you are in the Cooks. From this side of the Pacific, it's a very warm welcome. Hope you're doing okay.
Yes, it's a big kia ora to our Cook Islands viewers, not only in the 15 islands that make up the archipelago of the Cook Islands, but all of the cookies that call Aotearoa, New Zealand or Australia home. There's Julianne Westrup from Touch Rugby with the flag. She's flanked by Stephen Willis, Rugby Sevens.
And she's got a 15-year-old daughter here with her as well, Seamus. So what a mother-daughter combination that is. Going to be looking at Alex Beddoes as well in the 800 and 1500 metres. Got his hands full here with the Aussies and the Kiwis unleashing a pretty good track and field team. Alex has been up in Europe and he's in good nick, so that'll be fantastic track and field next week. World paddling as well, of course. The Cook Islanders went over to the IBF World Paddling Distance Championships in Samoa. Recently they came back with medals. They want to do well here in the VAR.
Well, don't forget the netball girls defending gold medal that they won 4 years ago in Apia. Netball Cook Islands have elected to select an entirely Cook Islands-based squad for this one. Spare a thought as well, Lisa, for the Rugby League Nines teams, the men and women. They were diverted from New Zealand to Fiji, across to Australia, finally arriving in Honiara yesterday afternoon. A long journey for that Rugby League Nines delegation.
Yes, as defending champions of netball, Team Cook Islands, they will be a strong contender again for netball this time around.
I tell you what as well, Lisa, that Nines team absolutely sighing a big sigh of relief when they got here. That was a really circuitous route. But they're thrilled to be here. The press is saying that they're absolutely rapt to be here on or in Honiara.
Yeah, a little personal story on that one from me. My niece, the team manager of the men's and women's Cook Island Rugby League Nines team. She's had a heck of a couple of days to get the team here. A gold medalist herself 4 years ago in netball with her sister, Eritiana Short. So Natalia Short, sending you a little bit of love. I know your younger sister, Estelle Short, her boyfriend will be here in the Solomon Islands. Solomon Islands heritage there. And I tell you what, guys, contenders for medals, but also I'm pretty sure the Cook Islands will be contenders for performance of the night. Strong in their culture, heritage and dance, and you can see the drums setting up on the stage there. So I'm sure we are going to be entertained by some swinging hips and some knocking knees, Brendan.
Yes, indeed, and we're in awe when we hear those drums start to rap it out, and the cookie's just about to crank it up here at the opening ceremony of the Pacific Games.
Well, front and centre, the chef de mission, Mark today Short there. He will be leading this drum group, and we will leave you to enjoy the pictures and the sounds from the middle of the National Stadium.
You've got to love it, Seamus, don't you? Listen to that.
Oh, it is fantastic. Such a display of Pacific Islands.
The crowd is going nuts. They've got them going.
There we have it, the knocking knees and the swinging hips.
Cook Islands, they've done it. They've got the crowd on their feet here. Honiara has just jumped into action.
Well, the marker has been set by American Samoa and the Cook Islands. I hope they've left some energy. Don't forget, competition gets underway tomorrow.
It does indeed. First gold medals here in Honiara around about 10:40 a.m. We'll have a little bit to say about that later in this event as well.
Well, isn't it wonderful to see the support from the local Honiara crowd for their brothers and sisters across the Pacific.
Big team from the Cook Islands as well. 105 athletes all up, and as I said, they're going to be going in bar, athletics, boxing, swimming, weightlifting, basketball, volleyball, football, golf, and of course, as you mentioned, tennis and netball, Seamus.
Well, we go from one of the bigger teams to one of the smaller teams, and it's the Federated States of Micronesia, located in the Western Pacific. a sovereign island nation comprising of 4 states, Yapchuk, Pohnpei and Kosrae. Don't have the resources of some of the other teams, but they are right here on the Pacific stage, flying their flag high, Lisa.
Federated States of Micronesia. They also are the powerhouse in weightlifting, which competitions start tomorrow.
Indeed, Manuel Mingenfeld from a number of years ago, of course, was the cornerstone of this team, did extremely well and started off a bit of a phenomenon weightlifting up there in Micronesia. This team very handy as well up around Micronesia, the Micronesian Games, which is a small cousin of this, do extremely well up there. Interesting to see them testing themselves out on the bigger stage, this Pacific stage, and provokes maybe a couple of questions as well about where the games are going. Is it the Pacific Games? Is it the South Pacific Games? But certainly, as we enjoy now FSM, they're here and they are part of the Pacific family.
Yeah, that's right. Micronesia represented. We had Polynesia with the Cook Islands, and of course Melanesia, where we are here in the Solomon Islands. And the Solomon Islands itself made up of all 3 of those Pacific ethnicities. And we will enjoy a wonderful cultural display at the conclusion of this parade of nations. Now, one of the crowd favourites making their way on now, and you can hear the crowd rise to their feet. It's a big bulavinaka to our friends in Fiji. They will be well supported through the 2 weeks of competition here in Honiara. 2 times Olympic gold medalists in rugby sevens. And you can see the enthusiasm of the National Stadium crowd as they welcome Fiji to Honiara, Lisa.
The Fiji Islands in the last Pacific Games in Samoa in 2019, they had about 400 athletes in Samoa. The number has probably gone up in this year's.
It has, Lisa, up to 592, making them one of the biggest teams here.
And again, Nisa Bulavinaka to those of you watching in from Fiji.
And look at their flag bearer there. This is one of their great weightlifting hopes. So it's Taniela Wambongi going in the 109s. He's the Commonwealth champ at the moment. Massive breakthrough for him. And rated very highly in the Commonwealth, and also has a great opportunity to head over to Paris this time next year. But look at this huge team from Fiji.
And wonderful to see our para-athletes as well,
who are also qualifying for the Paralympics as well. So don't forget that, Seamus.
Yeah, a recent addition to the Pacific Games schedule, the introduction of para-athletes here. Now, the great Roy Krishna is a name familiar to some. He is here with the men's football team chasing gold. It's eluded them so far.
As you said, Rugby Sevens back-to-back champions, but the emphasis on a younger team here, Seamus. They've already qualified, have they not?
That's correct. An opportunity to flood some youngsters in international competition. We had the Oceania Sevens just a couple of weeks ago in Brisbane. So a lot of these teams, they are backing up. And I'm very confident, Brendan, that we will see a cultural performance from the Fijian team here. A version of the Thimbi. As we see the Zulus, the blue shirts of Fiji, move up onto that centre stage, that centre podium. A large Fijian community that call the Solomon Islands home, Lisa.
Yes, indeed, as you can hear by the sound of all the cheering going on for Team Fiji coming on. We've got a really, really big Fijian community in the Solomon Islands. And I also like to slip in that the Fiji's women's football team is also one of the strong contenders for football. We've got Trina Davis, who's overseas based, who is here with her team.
Well, you can hear the Fiji chants ringing around the National Stadium. So much enthusiasm for all 24 participating nations and territories.
Track and field team, one of the big names that has dominated sprinting in the Pacific over the last few years. Benove Bullet won't be here. And Fiji defending an incredible double, Seamus. The 100-200 double that goes all the way back to 1995 in Tahiti. They've dominated the sprints. Question is whether their wonderful Coke Games, which unleashes such amazing talent every year, and the young kids that are graduated out of the Cokes this year will be able to take over the mantle of the mighty Benuve. There's going to be some fantastic track and field. And the Fiji team up against Papua New Guinea, Australia and New Zealand as well. Going to be a spectacle in week 2 of the Pacific Games.
Well, that's right. I'm sure the Fijian flair will be on display back here at the National Stadium tomorrow. And the Rugby League 9's competition gets underway. Hot on the heels of that, we've got Rugby 7. So 2 events that Fiji made a name for themselves over the years.
And I tell you what, the gun, Kenny Laban, looking forward to that very much indeed, Seamus. And Benny Pike going to be assisting him as well. The Dream Tween up here to look after our 7s and 9s needs.
Well, that's right, Brendan. Don't forget the team behind the scenes that put this all together so that you out there can enjoy the pictures, the sights and the sounds. 27 Sports on the Pacific Games 2023. I wonder, as the stage starts to clear, whether we will have a few performers to follow through from American Samoa and the Cook Islands. It looks as though they're getting into position.
So Fiji last time, 35 gold, 38 silver, 47 bronze medals. Let's see what they've got in store for us this time.
Isn't it wonderful to see the athletes of these nations so proud to represent their country? And they're not done yet. And off they move now.
Pictures coming to you live from Honiara. We're in the heart of Melanesia. We're in the heart of the Pacific tonight. We're going to make that claim. Pictures right the way across Oceania, across Australia, across New Zealand. As we welcome from Micronesia, it's Guam.
Yeah, US territory, southernmost in the Mariana Archipelago. They've hosted the Pacific Games themselves on 2 occasions in 1975 and 1999. Their men's basketball team, well, they've suffered some travel disruptions of their own. They arrived yesterday, they played a match today, and they are smiling and happy to be out here.
Well, Guam are aiming for a 3rd consecutive gold medal, Seamus, in basketball. They are the defending champs. But of course, well, things were thrown into some disarray earlier on this year, in May in fact, with Typhoon Maiwa. 225-kilometre-an-hour winds across the island really brought everything to a little bit of a standstill, so that they're here and in these numbers is a tribute to them. But Guam have a great and very proud basketball tradition at the Pacific Games, and they want to make sure that that's intact.
They certainly do, and our picture's just caught there. You'll notice all of the placard holders of this opening ceremony representing the 9 different provinces that make up the Solomon Islands. So much handcraft has gone in to the opening ceremony to ensure that the details are accurate. they are represented just as well as the visiting athletes are. This is your first time to see the Solomon Islands. Welcome in. It's a hidden gem of the Pacific. Great to see Guam walking across centre stage here.
See the flags in the background, everybody just getting into it here. Guam flags, this very enthusiastic Honiara crowd tonight, getting right into it. They can see themselves up on the big scoreboard as well. They're loving life. As I said, Honiara brought to a standstill hours before the ceremony got underway. Crowds are still piling in around the National Stadium. As we head back into Micronesia, go a little further eastward and north up to Kiribati.
And Team Kiribati has withdrawn from football. That was unfortunate for Team Kiribati.
But I tell you what, there's a great legacy of weightlifting here in this team as well. I'm speaking about David Katatua, who you might remember represented Kiribati at the Commonwealth Games, got the gold medal, did a lot of development work back out in Micronesia in Kiribati because really the facilities aren't brilliant, but they have a very proud tradition. And David went on to be a very powerful ambassador about sea level rising and the impact of global warming on the Pacific. It's a very poignant statement. And as you mentioned earlier on, Lisa, and also Seamus, water a theme here, and the Pacific very conscious of what is happening environmentally in this beautiful part of the world.
And as Team Kiribati makes its way to the center of the National Stadium, Kiribati has also has strong connections with Solomon Islands. We've got the Kiribati community in the Western Province and also in Choiseul Province, the western part of Solomon Islands. So very strong connection ties here tonight with Team Kiribati.
And it is a alarming situation that we find Kiribati maybe in the future having to relocate an entire nation to a place like the Solomon Islands. If we don't do something about the environment and making a change now.
As we said, Seamus, is definitely a theme that is continuing and one that we're very conscious of here in the Pacific. And a very warm welcome, Lisa, to our brothers and sisters from Kiribati.
Well, they'll be tuning in low-lying country, Kiribati, as they move forward towards the front of stage. We are going to enjoy another cultural performance, this time from Kiribati. Well, it's impossible not to get through this broadcast without a smile on your face. Would you want to be anywhere else in the world right now, Brendan or Lisa?
Well, tonight is very, very special to each and every one here in the Solomon Islands. I would not want to be anywhere in the world but right here at the National Stadium here in Honiara.
Well, what's amazing to me, we are rattling through this parade of nations and we are seeing the colours and the culture of the visiting countries, but we haven't even started yet on the diversity of culture that is the Solomon Islands. We will be entertained. Diversity and unity after this parade of nations.
Marshall Islands now comes out, a small team here this time, but in particular another of their weightlifters is probably going to make all the headlines. Madeline Sasser was headhunted out of the Marshalls, in fact, because it's a US protectorate, and ended up working with the US Olympic team, but she's decided that her heart is the Marshall Islands. She's back and she wants to lift for the Marshalls and she wants to qualify for Paris. And I tell you what, on the lifts that she's been doing lately, and there she is, she's the flag bearer. We are going to see some sensation from her. She competed recently in Cuba and set in the 59 kilo class a 215 kilo total. She is a real talent, and Marshalls have certainly got something to smile about.
They certainly do, and I wonder whether the Marshall Islands will be taking note. They host the 10th Micronesian Games next year, a delayed competition which will take place in 2024. Mention a nation of atolls and islands in the Central Pacific. Games taking place in June next year. These athletes, I'm sure, will be a part of that 10th Micronesian Games.
Yes, indeed. The 10th Micro Games, 14 sports is the thought at this stage. But Marshalls have got a bit of an issue as well with their environment and water affecting some of their playing areas. They're a very low-slung atoll.
Nauru.
Majuro
Nauru.
just suffering a little bit at the moment, causing them a few concerns as we see the flag of Nauru, this bright spot in the center of the Pacific.
34 medals 4 years ago, Lisa, most of them coming through the power sports. Who could forget? And I'll throw to you here, Brendan, the great Marcus Daniel.
Well, Marcus Stephen, in fact, was the guy who put that incredible lift together back in 1990 to start off a weightlifting dynasty in the Pacific with Paul Coffer. Paul Coffer went on to coach 350 gold medals. He and Marcus Stephen put together a performance that took Marcus all the way to the World Championships by way of the Olympics. Speaking of weightlifting, we have Masina Uwepa there, who is their flag bearer. And incidentally, there she is. She's looking absolutely fantastic. But incidentally, her dad hasn't got here yet. And I'm speaking about Jezza Uwepa. He, at the moment, has an unofficial 470 kilogram squat. 470 kilogram squat in powerlifting. The Nauruans cleaned up in powerlifting in the Pacific Games recently, and they got a mighty team here.
Well, small in size, but powerful in nature. Nauru, the latest to come through this parade of nations.
And if you're up in Border, you might be down in Boy, or perhaps you're having a quiet lookout over Anibari Bay at the Menon Hotel. It's a very, very warm welcome to you out in the center of the Pacific.
Some prominent faces in the crowd there, Lisa. A lot of Solomon Islanders here tonight. 10,000 of them, in fact, inside the stadium, and plenty more outside.
Boxing team as well from Nauru. Keep an eye on them, Seamus. They are quite achievers, and they think that they've got something a little bit special here, so we'll have to see that in the next week or so, Lisa.
But I'm getting a feeling that Nauru will still be dominating the power sports this time around, so other nations, you really have to be on the lookout for Team Nauru.
And looking to host themselves the Micro Games in 2026 as well. And in fact, that's going to be a rebuilding of their weightlifting component. They're looking for some new facilities up there. The gym up there getting too small for them. They want something bigger for their weightlifters and their powerlifters, and that's going to be the centerpiece of a big bid in a few years from now, 2026. So hopefully we'll all come back and enjoy the wonderful sights and scenes of Nauru. Maybe we will sort of cruise around the island and drop in at Yarran or one of the other districts, Seamus.
Wouldn't it be wonderful, Brendan? And for all of our audience tuning in from around the Pacific. Welcome in to the National Stadium in Honiara, the Solomon Islands. We are enjoying this parade of nations as each of the 24 nations and territories, including New Caledonia, arrive here onto the running track and the playing surface. And Lisa, New Caledonia, a real powerhouse in Pacific Games history.
New Caledonia has dominated probably, if I am correct, 12 Pacific Games so far in history. They're one of the biggest delegations, the biggest teams who usually participate at the Pacific Games, and here is one of them, Team New Caledonia, another big contingent of athletes.
285 of them this time, going in 17 disciplines. They've been a bit strategic about what they're doing here as well, and of course this French territory benefits very much with this affiliation with metropolitan France. So a lot of the kids that identified early can end up in metropolitan France, get the benefit of that training and come back. I mean, this team last time round, they dominate in golf, winning all medals in Apia. They won 25 out of 42 medals in swimming, won all squash titles. They shared success with Fiji in archery. They won 5 out of 6 divisions in sailing, scored 10 out of 18 categories in judo, and then monopolised squash by winning every category there. They are the complete team, Seamus.
They are the favourites heading into the Pacific Games to sit atop the medal table, and we will be regularly checking in that medal table on our daily WorldFeed, which you can catch here. Lisa and I bringing you all 14 days of action. Some of the sports, Lisa, are actually underway already. We've had football.
Yes, we've had basketball as well. We've got volleyball and tennis already kicking off competition. You know, it's 2 weeks and it's just difficult to get all these sports competitions done in time. So we've got few sports have already started.
A good example, perhaps, of this New Caledonian team is Laura Grandjean, who burst onto the scene back when the games were in Noumea. Incredible performance by a swimmer who was here as well, now as a little more senior member. But back then, she entered all 20 women's swimming events. She medalled in all of them, and she took home 16 gold. She did the same the following year in 2015 with 11 gold medals, and she is part of this New Caledonia team. She now swims nationally for France in open swimming and distance swimming. If she gets in the pool, could be trouble.
Well, let's enjoy one of the stadium favourites at any Pacific Games opening ceremony, the cultural performance of New Caledonia.
So the mighty team, New Caledonia, turning it on here at the opening ceremony of the Pacific Games. Pictures coming to you live from Honiara, and what a night of nights it is. And as Seamus was saying, and Lisa as well, we're yet to see the cultural component that's going to be put on by our performers here.
Well, crowd entertainers, aren't they? New Caledonia looking to win over the Solomon Island fans. Turned around. Are they going to perform again? And there's the signal. Yes, they are.
Honouring all the stadium here.
Well, I do wonder if the welcome will be so friendly if New Caledonia and the Solomon Islands meet here in 2 weeks' time in the final of the men's football match. Let's see, New Caledonia, one of the favourites for men's football. Football itself, one of the really popular sports here in the Solomon Islands, Lisa. I know you were desperate to catch the Solomon Islands' first two matches, the men with a 1-0 win over Samoa and the women with a 1-0 win over Vanuatu.
Yes, in terms of football, Solomon Islands, a football-loving country. We're looking forward to the finals, and we hope that Solomon Islands gets to the final, most possibly, with New Caledonia, one of the strong contenders in football as well.
Well, New Caledonia men opened their football account with a 7-0 win over Tonga last night under lights at the brand new SIF Academy, one of the new facilities constructed here for the hosting of this 17th edition of the Pacific Games in the Solomon Islands. An absolutely huge contingent, isn't it, Brendan, of New Caledonian athletes still making their way off the centre stage.
New Zealand.
So we swing our attention onto the Kiwis, Seamus.
Well, I was part of this walk-on 4 years ago in Apia with the New Zealand men's football team who managed to snaffle a gold medal. No sign of them this time around.
And there's a man about your size waving a beautiful New Zealand flag around with his right hand at the moment.
Well, you're being very kind. If I was that man's size, I would be maybe doing something other than broadcasting, Brendan.
If you could lift the weights he's going to here, that's David Litty, of course, the Olympic weightlifting champ, and he's going to be making a big statement this year.
Well, he was flag bearer 4 years ago for New Zealand, Lisa, and a long history between New Zealand and the Solomon Islands here in Honiara, isn't there?
There he is, the great man himself. He's come in with a qualifying 400 kilos, and he's going to have his hands full because there's a wonderful Samoan lifter as well, Sananali Mao, who has also come in with a 400 category. So these two super heavies later on this week going to get to work. But look at this team from New Zealand. Again, very selective. They're Paralympians here as well. They also looking to qualify their Paralympic table tennis team.
So it's kia ora to those in New Zealand, and we've also got a big Solomon Islands community also
Kia
in New
ora,
Zealand.
Team
Hello,
New
Luifala, everyone,
Zealand.
watching in from New Zealand.
Well, they were invited in to the Pacific Games in 2015 together with their Anzac friends, Australia. And now we're going to see a haka on the New Zealand team. Anticipation around this national stadium.
Tika!
crowd all over the world loves a haka. And it's no different here in Honiara. New Zealand flags flying here at the National Stadium.
James Golding and Matthew Hall competing in the para-table tennis. Archery 2 athletes, athletics 19, boxing 13, weightlifting 10. Total of 46 athletes from New Zealand. Been very strategic.
Really embracing the Pacific Games now. New Zealand, part of the Olympic movement. And as you said, Brendan, strategic in their selection of athletes to further their ambitions of attending that global event. Now we're welcoming Niue. And a lovely story here about their flag bearer, Brendan.
Indeed, it's Ramsey Rose Edwards, a 14-year-old, another weightlifter as well, named Ramsey in honour of a dad who spent a number of years here a few years ago as part of the Ramsey contingent.
Yeah, that's right. And Father Tony Edwards served as part of the Niue police during the regional assistance mission to the Solomon Islands. A real tangible example of how the challenge to unite. And in a world going through troubled times, there are lessons to be learnt from the Pacific during that difficult period of Solomon Islands history. From that moment, we have a moment like this and a story like this of a reconnection of Ramsey, connecting back to a place that means so much to her family through the Pacific Games.
Duke and Trakakota Williams, their heavyweight, reckoned to be a little bit of a handful here as well. Might see him going a few rounds a little bit later in the week.
Now I think we're going to see a performance from Ramsey herself here. Beautiful, Lisa, to see Ramsey there representing the Rock, Niue.
Most definitely, that's Team Niue with 7 athletes participating in this parade.
Well, no lawn bowls this time around in the Solomon Islands for Niue. 3 medals and bowls 4 years ago in Apia, including a gold in the women's triples.
And this is Norfolk Island. It too is probably lamenting the fact that there's no lawn bowls here, because over the years Norfolk have done extremely well, but a lot of their contingent yet to arrive here. Their netball team, and that's Mal Tarrant. 28 years he's been working as a sports administrator in Norfolk Island. He's done 5 Commonwealth Games, and this is his first ever Pacific Games as chef de mission. So he's the leader here of Norfolk Island. Yet to come, their netball team, their touch football team, VAR as well, because Ada Neighbour is going to turn up here. She won a bronze, I think it was, last time round in the VAR. And a special shout out, if I may, tonight to Reese and his family. Reece, we know you haven't been feeling too well lately, but believe me, on behalf of the family of Pacific brothers and sisters here in the Centre of the Pacific, we wish you all the very best from us up here in Melanesia. Hope you get better real soon. And to all of you who I know are watching out in Norfolk, from us all here in Honiara, welcome. And good that we're getting to see you and know you again.
Well, if I know the Solomon Islands like I think I do, they love an underdog. And the fact there is a sole Norfolk Island representative waving their flag proudly will endear him and the Norfolk Island team to the Solomon Island fans, making their debut in touch rugby. Wonderful to see a netball team as well on the list of athletes to come.
And also, can I mention that after 30 years, Brent Jones is going to come back and compete in the hammer. But not only that, not only do we get Brent back after 30 years, we're going to get his daughter as well. Tanya Jones is going to join him. She's a pretty handy hammer thrower as well.
And here we see Northern Marianas trailing, an absolutely wonderful example of the culture of the Solomon Islands there. It's beautiful to see, isn't it, Lisa?
Yes, there you can see the young lady holding the cards up there with the Northern Marianas is from the outer islands of Malaita.
Yeah, 9 provinces making up the Solomon Islands. Some very large islands, but also some very small outliers, including several Polynesian outliers through Malaita, Te Motu province, Renal and Bellona.
There she is, and just behind her is the flag bearer for Northern Marianas, Isaiah Asenko. He's a high school swimmer and competed as a triathlete. In fact, won a bronze medal at the 2022 Pacific Mini Games up in Saipan. But he's here this time. There he is. There's our flag bearer, part of a young Sinamai swim team. Bill Sikovic, a great coach in the Pacific, probably sent the momentum going up there in Sinamai many years ago. And if Bill's watching out in Hawaii, welcome, Bill. Good to know that you're out there.
Well, Northern Marianas Islands also include a very young football team. Now, they play their football in the Asian Football Confederation as opposed to the Oceania Football Confederation. Used to playing nations like Macau and Mongolia. They found themselves up against Fiji last night. It was a wonderful opportunity for Northern Marianas to participate. A rare opportunity for matches against Oceania opposition here in the men's football program, the 2023 Pacific Games.
They did very well. They were punching above their weight last time when they hosted the mini games up in 2022, finishing up with 16 goals. And finishing third on the ladder up there. Interesting as well, on the comeback trail is Leo Wania, who competed back in 1999. He's going to be competing in triathlon here.
Well, we'll stay in Micronesia and we will welcome Palau. Contingent of just over 100. And despite the challenge of competing against larger nations, they've consistently fielded athletes and achieved success in several sports. Their president in attendance tonight as well, so these athletes with an opportunity to shine on the Pacific stage, Lisa.
And Team Palau, they competed in 7 sports in the last Pacific Games in 2019.
Big player up in Micronesia is Palau, and in fact the next Micro Games going up there in 2025. Vidya Lakan, the Games president, was up there recently and thought the preparations were looking good for Palau. They've hosted Micro Games in the past as well. Very enthusiastic, big team, big regional player up there in Micronesia. And they're going to be a bit of a handful. Archery, athletics, 3x3 basketball, beach volleyball, judo, VAR, swimming, as we mentioned, table tennis and weightlifting as well. Could see a couple of handy medals going out to their women's weightlifting team. There's been a bit of a resurgence up there in Sinamai as well.
Now, Palau be well supported here for the duration of the 2 weeks of the Pacific Games. You can see the similarities, can't you, across all of the Pacific nations and the design and the patterns and the clothes and through the tattoos, body markings of all of the...
We Palauans believe that to achieve a goal together, it must be done with a unified vision. Despite differences, celebrating unity in vision is paramount. This tradition we're about to do celebrates that belief, and we share it with everyone today to echo the one Pacific diversity. We can accomplish more and stronger together with one unified vision. One ocean, one Pacific, unified. We celebrate all of us.
A message of unity there from Palau, and one of the values is to unite. Once again, another of these nations makes a reference to water and the connection of the mighty Pacific Ocean,
Papua New Guinea,
which spreads across from the east in French Polynesia all the way to our next arrival at the National Stadium in the west, and that is the biggest country in terms of population and land mass, and that is Papua New Guinea. A country of 9 million, one of the biggest here. Near neighbours to the Solomon Islands, Brendan.
Indeed they are. Flag bearers there, Ramona Padio and the tennis star Matthew Stummings tonight. Big team from Team Papua New Guinea, 515. Just a shot there of the Prime Minister. PNG, well represented, huge team here. Finished top of the micro games last year, second to New Caledonia, 219. So a super team, well versed, and there are two flag bearers.
Well, Ramona Padio there, captain of the women's football team, the Queens of the Pacific. 5 gold medals in women's football. They are gunning for their 6th. No nation has been able to topple Papua New Guinea from the top of the women's football mountain, Lisa.
And there you have another shot of the Papua New Guinea Prime Minister, who is a proud moment for Papua New Guinea's Prime Minister. He is here at the National Stadium. Beautiful colours as Papua New Guinea takes their walk through the National Stadium. Hello, everyone, talk, lo Papua New Guinea. The colours are beautiful in the red, black and orange. One of the biggest teams, about 500 plus in this year's Pacific Games.
Yeah, I'll echo that sentiment, Lisa. Welcome, I'll get a Lan Wantok across the border in Papua New Guinea. No, you'll be tuning in.
Track and field, of course, one of their strong points. They won 14 of 49 gold medals last time. That was back in Apia. Aims to maintain that status in track and field here. They're going to have their hands full. As I said, Australia, New Zealand here, Fiji as well. Going to be wonderful in the second week of the Pacific Games. Wonderful showdown on the track here at this wonderful National Stadium. Swimming as well. Coach Rick van der Zandt's got a young swim team up here. He, of course, coached the mighty Ryan Pinney to that Commonwealth gold medal a few years ago, and he's still working up there in PNG. Liz Wells and the crew up there in PNG done an amazing job with the young swimmers. It could be a handful for everybody here. As I said, second in terms of medals last time to New Caledonia. They are a powerhouse.
They really are, and they are a picture of diversity. It'll be interesting to see what possible cultural performance they can pull together with such an array of options.
And also, let's not forget their fantastic Olympian, Dika Tour, who with her two sisters will be competing tomorrow here at the Pacific Games. Dika looking to get to Paris, which would make it her 6th Olympic Games.
And also just glancing around the stadium area, you can see a lot of flags from Papua New Guinea are up. Got a strong Papua New Guinea community also here in Solomon Islands.
Astonishing performance in 2015 of the Papua New Guinea team. 88 gold medals on home soil. Absolutely phenomenal achievement, Brendan.
And I'll tell you what, another team that you might want to keep an eye on from Papua New Guinea is the netball team, because the Yellow Launa, that former heptathlete, has done a lot of work with the team as the new board for Papua New Guinea netball. They're on a new path, and they're out to do well here. But let's head across to the Eastern Pacific. Here's Tahiti.
Well, from the west to the east we travel, and it's Tahiti, one of the leading competitors at the Pacific Games, consistently achieving high results. They've been an ever-present since the first edition in 1963, and they will host the next edition in 2027. Last hosted the Pacific Games in 1995, but for here and now, they will want to improve on their 4th ranking in Apia 4 years ago.
Well, they're doing a lot of work, let me tell you, Seamus, because the word coming out of Papeete is that there's a lot of effort going into some of their teams, and we might see the consequences of that in the next 2 weeks here in Honiara. There are teams, of course. Last time they won 10 of 12 divisions. They are here, and they're going to defend that very handsomely. Volleyball as well, triathlon. They won 5 out of 6 medals in triathlon at the last games. Tahiti also got a fantastic boxing team. Soccer as well, they probably consider themselves an option. Taekwondo. So another well-formed, well-rounded team. And as you say, in 4 years from now, we're going to be across in Papeete for the next edition of the Pacific Games.
Well, Lisa, I'm sure that Tahiti will present us a rousing cultural performance right out here in the middle.
Most definitely, we have like one of the biggest, Tahiti is one of the biggest contingents, but as from where I'm standing, it looks like we're in for a really good performance from Team Tahiti.
Well, look up at the Toaito, the Warriors of Tahiti have made their way to the front of the podium. They will lead this cultural performance. A big contingent, a long way to come, all the way across the Pacific Ocean.
Part of the statement about 4 years' time, I think, Seamus. This is them just beginning to crank up the pressure on the rest of the Pacific. We might start to see this development work that's been going on out there over the last year or so. They're up for it.
Well, this is the first of 2 charters, I believe. So their reinforcements will come for week 2 when our program continues. Don't forget all the action underway from tomorrow morning here in Honiara. Invoking the warrior spirit of their ancestors there, Tahiti. Voyagers of the Pacific.
And speaking of that, Seamus, as well, one of their sailors, actually, Tiava Veronique, is thinking about putting together, or is proposing, that ocean-going VAR should be part of a Pacific Games sport. He reckons that basically the navigators of the Pacific should be celebrated in sport, and why not have an overnight
Tokelau. And again, Lisa, another example of the beautiful cultural diversity of the Solomon Islands with our placard holder there in Tokelau. small island territory of New Zealand, with a unique relationship with the Pacific Games. Great to see them here, Brendan. Despite their size and stature, they have a proud Pacific identity that they're sharing with us here in the stadium and all across the broadcast.
Indeed, and they're probably lamenting, like some of the other smaller countries as well, the fact that there's no lawn bowls here. It was in Apia some years ago that they made a significant impact. In fact, they took out 5 medals back then, 3 gold, a silver and a bronze in lawn bowls, finishing 12th out of 22. It was their best ever performance, but a little smaller this time round, Charles.
Yeah, that's right. But welcome nonetheless, Tokelau, to the Pacific Games. And once again, if I know a Solomon Islands crowd like I think I do, I'm sure they will be well received when they reach centre stage here at the magnificent National Stadium.
Ulu tanu mai, Team Tokelau!
There it is, Ulu tonu mai indeed, Team Tokelau. This is going to go down very, very well. Great again to see. I mean, keep making the point, the diversity of the Pacific. Wonderful, isn't it?
Yes, it's the two-man performance for Tokelau. They turn to the other side of the stadium to acknowledge the crowd that is sitting on the other end, the eastern end of the stadium.
Crowd love it. Pictures coming to you live from Honiara tonight. Opening ceremony of the Pacific Games. Honiara absolutely loving every moment of it.
Tonga! Lake Tonga!
Well, here come the Kingdom of Tonga, and it would be remiss of me not to send a big malo elele to the Wolfgram family back home in Aotearoa, New Zealand. Manasseh, Nalisha, Charlie and Kenny, and all of your extended family. We hope you're enjoying these pictures just as they will be in Nuku'alofa and all 170 islands that comprise the Kingdom of Tonga. Maybe, Brendan, underachievers at Pacific Games, is that an unfair assessment?
It probably is a little, but you would think that with the capacity and the potential of Tonga, we probably would have seen them a little higher up the medal count. They can produce amazing champions, and they have over the years. And of course, our dear friend Pyle Wolfram, if we're going to be calling out a few brothers, that sensational effort of his back in Atlanta a number of years ago, when he got all the way through to that gold medal Olympic showdown with Klitschko. But they've got a big team here. Kingdom of Tonga certainly made a sizable commitment as well. Finished up in 8th position at the 2019 Games back in Apia. So a lot going into it. Let's see what they can do over the next couple of weeks or so, eh?
Well, maybe a nod there to the great Peter Taufatafoa. The man himself will be here later on in the week as a coach of the Taekwondo side.
Nines team making its debut here as well. Netball beginning to make a little bit of a move.
Speaking of a little bit of a move there, Lisa, maybe that one for some of the crowd here at the National Stadium.
Yes, this is one of another big contingent here. It's Team Tonga. The crowd loves the Tongan team.
Well, a resurgence in rugby league. Let's not forget the marvellous performance of their netballers. Currently ranked 7th in the world. Impressive performance at the World Champs recently held in South Africa.
Where they beat Fiji as well, and that's very important coming into here. Silver medalists at the last Pacific Games as well. They're going to go one better, they reckon, this time round as well, Seamus.
Well, they're perfectly poised to do so. As the incredible shots continue to come in. Welcoming Team Tonga to the stage.
Got their basketball through as well after a big win over American Samoa in the FIBA Polynesia Cup. Silver medalists as well.
And last night they edged New Caledonia 82-80 at the Friendship Hall just down the road in the East City precinct. It's already been a pulsating atmosphere there. Lawrence Lahari calling all the action for us. And Tonga, they
got a bit of handy boxing team here as well, I think, Seamus.
So we're going to see another cultural performance here, I think. Yes, the Kingdom of Tonga there. A goal for this Pacific Games to secure more medals and previously done before. That's from their chef de mission, Nico Pungavaka.
And most probably now they will turn to the other side of the stadium.
Looks like the bodybuilding team is getting some practice in. Bodybuilding, welcome back to the sports program here in 2023.
Kingdom of Tonga. Yes, they did pretty well at the last mini games as well. 7 medals from 12 athletes, their best result since 1985. Taekwondo as well, 2 golds. So, could be pretty handy. We'll keep an eye on the Kingdom of Tonga as they make their way off here. Beautiful night in Honiara. I hope you're enjoying the pictures right the way across Australia, across New Zealand, across Oceania, and across the Pacific. Pacific Games here in Honiara.
Well, we now welcome Tuvalu to the National Stadium. Another one of the smaller and less populated nations in the Pacific, participating with a spirit that belies its size. A source of immense national pride and unity through sport, and using sport as a platform to raise issues around climate change. They made a very poignant stance 4 years ago in Apia, didn't they, Brendan?
They did indeed, and they've got a pretty handy tennis team here as well, weightlifting team as well. One lifter in particular, Manuel Rubao, has been coached out of Samoa with the Oceania weightlifting contingent down there. Did extremely well at the under-23 Oceanias. Could be a bit of a medal hope here.
And they've been bolstered by the late arrival of their men's football team. Football team, unfortunately, due to travel disruptions and circumstances outside of their control, were unable to make their first match against Papua New Guinea. But they're here now, Lisa, And they will line up for the remainder of the men's football program. Taking some guidance from the Oceania Player of the Century, Winton Rufer, who has spent some time up in Tuvalu.
Well, as you've mentioned, Seamus, there was a few challenges here and there for some of these countries actually getting here, but most of them have now been successful in getting here. Different means of transportation and routes have been changed, but also let's be reminded that the theme for this year's Pacific Games is Challenge, Celebrate and Unite.
Yeah, that's right. We are certainly uniting here at the opening ceremony of the 2023 Pacific Games. As Tuvalu continue their path to centre stage.
Team Tuvalu!
3 medals 4 years ago, 1 of each, a gold, a silver and a bronze. Weightlifter Talupe Sefa lifted the first ever gold medal 2015 and followed that up with a silver 4 years ago. You're enjoying these pictures as much as we are. My phone is getting absolutely bombarded with well wishes from all across the Pacific. Following the lead and engaging the entire National Stadium. The west and east stands are packed to capacity.
Aerial shot there, Seamus. Once again, absolutely extraordinary here. And you can see probably the people just behind those huge floodlights. Half of Honiara are outside the stadium. The other half are inside enjoying it. But this has been the talk of the town for, well, the last 7 years of preparation. Tonight it all comes together. And look at the legacy here that we have. This extraordinary stadium, which surely is going to be the start of a renaissance of sport in this part of the world, if not the Pacific. Look at that.
Well, the stadium took 2 years and 3 months to build, and it's one of the many venues.
Vanuatu.
And all of these wonderful venues, of course, within about a 5-kilometre radius of central Honiara, as we now welcome Vanuatu to the grandstand.
Well, I'm going to, while I'm on a roll of special shout-outs, I'm going to say a Big Ale. And a welcome into the Wilkinson family. Sam, Megan and Jack tuning in from Port Vila. Recent arrivals to the happiest place on earth. And also to the rest of the Threadleys tuning in wherever you are. Thank you for your support.
Annalyn Lulu, the experienced table tennis player, since 1999 is proudly the flag bearer here tonight. Vanuatu with 165 athletes, 16 sports, archery, athletics, boxing, football, golf, hockey, judo, netball, rugby league is a debut for them there. Rugby 7, swimming, table tennis, beach volleyball and weightlifting.
Phenomenal and resplendent. The nearest neighbours here to the Solomon Islands are Vanuatu. The Tumotu province, Lisa, in the easternmost province, right on the border of Vanuatu. And the yellow shirts have been filling up the dining hall with colour this past week, haven't they?
Most definitely. And for Vanuatu, yes, hello Loiufala, Lo Vanuatu, Port Vila, and beach volleyball for Vanuatu. Winning goals in 2015, 2019. This time around, beach volleyball.
And then on to a bronze medal as well for that very talented duo, the beach volleyball team from Vanuatu. 26 medals last time in Apia, 8 of them gold, 6 silvers and 12 bronzes, setting a national record. Table tennis, incidentally, winning the highest number of gold medals for Vanuatu back then, 5. Women's beach volley, of course, boxing, athletics, 1 gold each. But that team beach volleyball went on to big things.
It certainly did. Pacific athletes shining on the world stage.
There she is. There's the flag bearer, Annalyn Lulu, been representing Vanuatu in table tennis since 1999, Lisa.
Flag bearer, the Olympic Games in London 2012. She is an absolute legend of sport in Vanuatu. At the other end of the spectrum, Rugby League 9's making a debut. Men and women here. That gets underway tomorrow. Ken Laban with the call.
Wallace at Fortuna.
Well, French overseas territory with connections here to the Solomon Islands. Some believe
Wallace and
Renal and Bologna.
Wallace and Fortuna.
Voyagers originated from Wallace and Fortuna, the giants of the Pacific.
Fantastic.
Considering their small size and population, they really do achieve well at Pacific Games level, don't they, Brendan?
They do indeed, and usually the theme of Wallace and Fortuna, the Aleutians, of course, are very handy. Track and field, boxing, VAR as well. We're going to be looking for some powerful representation from them again this time round. And Felice Sarcia, their javelin thrower from a couple of years ago, turned out for Wallace. Got picked up by New Caledonia. Now, we're not sure whether he's going to turn out for this team or, in fact, has been adopted by New Caledonia. Whatever, he's going to be a real threat in the javelin here, because if our information through Oceania statistician Bob Snow is to go by, he's made a 20-metre improvement in the last 2 years. And if that's the case, he's going to be hurling that javelin just about out of this stadium when track and field starts tomorrow week.
And there we have the flag, Wallace and Fortuna, the crowd here cheering them on. They're doing a dance, just outside the entrance area. They can't wait to get up to the middle, the center of the stadium.
Oh, spectacular scenes here. And we're only just about halfway through, aren't we, team? We've got the cultural performance to come. Unity and diversity from the Solomon Islands. The nearly 3,000 performers are all on standby, ready to flood this field once the athletes are in position.
Well, it's a tradition, isn't it, that the athletes really become part of the performance, and I think the organisers here were expecting probably a briefer performance from the athletes. That's been blown out the window as we just suck it up here and love every moment of it.
Well, we'll be back in action with the WorldFeed tomorrow. Lisa and myself bringing you all the best action from the Pacific Games 2023. We look forward to your company over what will be, Lisa, I'm sure, an exciting 2 weeks.
It is going to be an exciting 2 weeks.
Getting some reports in of viewers in Melbourne as well. Ormond in Melbourne, welcome, thank you. Glad you're enjoying the coverage. Stick around, there's a lot more to come. Getting reports out of the Cook Islands as well. Thank you very much indeed for your kind words. Matavira over there in the Cook Islands. Thank you very much indeed. And also out of New Zealand as well, CT and Amber. We're getting messages from them, so thank you very much indeed, CT and Amber.
Well, almost a hush of anticipation falls over the National Stadium crowd here as Wallace and Fortuna make their way forward. I'm sure we'll get another performance, and I'm sure all sides of the National Stadium will be acknowledged.
That is just incredible. The opening ceremony here at the Pacific Games, the performances just keep coming. This is incredible.
Well, a real testament to the diversity and the belief in culture.
And the strength of the culture, though, Seamus. Lisa, don't you think? I mean, the strength of the cultures and the way that it unites this part of the world, it is so special.
It really is. And with the departure of Wallace and Fortuna, Lisa, it only leaves one nation to enter into this national stadium. I'm sure the decibels will tell you who that nation is.
And finally, Honiara. Let's hear it.
And it is the hosts, the Solomon Islands, who are the 24th nation to enter the national stadium. Pacific Games. There was an almost unerring silence over the crowd before the home nation, with this huge team, Lisa, enter onto the field.
This, of course, is the biggest contingent ever for Solomon Islands. And as the host nation comes out, they have a standing ovation from the crowd on both ends of the stadium, from the eastern end and the western end.
And a nice touch there as well, because I think your flag bearer is generally winning. It looks like she's in national dress, and this amazing weightlifter who will be in action tomorrow morning with theoretically the first medal of the games is the flag bearer. There she is.
That's Jen Lee Winnie, and she has also mentioned this would be her last Pacific Games. Jen Lee Winnie, referred to as the Solomon Islands Iron Lady. She's lifting Monday morning when weightlifting competition kicks off. Much respect to Jen Lee Winnie. She's been an absolute sports ambassador.
Well, she's rated the best lifter in the women's 55-kilo class at the moment. She got that accolade in India earlier on this year. She's got better with age, and quite frankly, she's going to retire after this Games. Well, she might really have to revisit that decision. But that is an amazing statement by her. Remember Dika Tour a number of years ago at the PNG Games, and now Jenny Winnie is out there. Look at this team, Lisa. Look at this team.
Well, they keep going and going and going. The blue, yellow and green of the Solomon Islands. Yumi na Yumi.
A very, very proud Team Solomon. The line just gets longer. You don't know where it ends.
That is just monstrous. This is Team Solomon coming out here at the opening ceremony. It just goes on and on. The noise in this stadium now is just off the Richter scale.
It's deafening in here, it really is. An emotional time, I'm sure, for the athletes, for the supporters, for all of the hard work that's gone in behind the scenes over the last 7 years. To all of the Solomon Islanders tuning in overseas, this is our home nation.
There we have the football women, you know, the parade, Seamus and Brendan, they are split into separate groupings in their federations. Then they're dancing to a style from each of the provinces in the Solomon Islands.
Incredible. Well, the Prime Minister, Sogavari, set a target of 40 gold medals. It's a very ambitious target. We wish Solomon's well, but if size is anything to go by, look at that aerial shot, and they still are coming in. And the waves of noise coming off this grandstand now, it's tumultuous.
Well, it's not just the fans here at the National Stadium in Honiara. There will be families and villages nestled around television sets all across the Solomon Islands, from Timotu in the east all the way to the Shortland Islands in the west, down to Renal and Bellona, up to Malaita and everywhere in between. Truly is an emotional evening here at the National Stadium.
Finished 13th overall in the 2019 Pacific Games with 36 medals, including 4 golds, claimed 9th spot 2 years ago. Last year at the mini games up in Saipan with 29 medals, 5 of them gold. I wonder what they are going to do this time. As I said, the thought is that they're going for 40, and that gold medal rush could start as early as tomorrow morning when the flag bearer here tonight gets out onto the platform and blows away the competition, and theoretically will end up with 3 gold medals by about noon tomorrow morning. We'll have to see. We will be there for all that action.
And there you have the blue, yellow and green all scattered around the stadium as the host country, Solomon Islands, enjoys this march in for this year's 17th Pacific Games.
And still they come on, this great trail of athletes strewn all the way across this amazing stadium, the centerpiece of the Pacific Games.
Well, it's a long way from their very first appearance in 1963. A team from athletics and football boarded the MV Coral Queen and set sail by boat to Fiji. The football team were known as the Barefoot Brigade. They lost 18-0 to Tahiti in one of their first matches. It took 3 more years to claim their first medal. And here they are, becoming the 7th nation to host the Pacific Games.
But not only that, Seamus, it's the legacy as well. We must talk about this legacy. I mean, from that, hosting, of course, the 81 mini-games as well in Honiara. They were small scale compared to this. I mean, 80 of these athletes have been off in China for the last 3 months. It'll be interesting to see what impact that has had as well. The Oceania Weightlifting Institute has been turning out these mega stars like Jenny out here. It'll be a very interesting 2 weeks, and I tell you what, Solomon Islands has got itself set. It could be a very historic occasion for them.
We are already so excited, and the sports haven't started in earnest yet. The last of the Solomon Islands contingent finally makes their way across centre stage.
There she is, the Golden Queen, Solomon Islands, and in about 18 hours from now, she'll be out on a weightlifting platform with around about 120 kilos to total. Well, she'll probably try for 160, I'd say, tomorrow, and you never know, maybe even a couple of cracks at the Commonwealth. She is rated top of the Commonwealth at the moment.
Well, there'll be 700,000 Solomon Islanders hoping that she can be the first to get that precious gold medal around her neck. We're just getting started here at the opening ceremony. If you're just tuning in, don't look away. The 24 nations are here.
And again, this huge noise, Lisa, just coming off this crowd. It will not stop. It's wave after wave coming up through this grandstand. Look at that. The noise is just going off.
Well, tonight is indeed a special night for Solomon Islands. Proud moment to see the Team Solomons, despite the challenges. Also, not to mention coming through COVID and some of the other challenges that are faced with the athletes, and also the staff and working group who have pulled this together. And now it is happening, the opening ceremony. So yes, it's a celebration indeed, not only for Solomon Islands, but for the Pacific. As you've mentioned earlier, Brendan, the strongness of the culture, and the colours and the flags.
It's profound, don't you think, Lisa?
I really do.
It's just punching through these pictures. Just the cultural links across the Pacific, and there she is again. What a shot. What a champion. And she's acknowledged by the crowd. What a night for her. Extraordinary journey. What a journey for Solomon Islands. Proud moments.
Well, there you have it. The athletes welcomed to the 2023 Pacific Games.
Anticipation of the weeks to come. They exemplify the strength of the human spirit, which stretches across the Pacific, uniting millions of people as one ocean, one Pacific.
Performances to come.
Ces équipes rassemblées aujourd'hui témoignent de la force de l'esprit humain qui s'étend dans toute la Pacifique et nous unit tous.
What they're seeing across Australia as well, Seamus.
Well, not just overseas, also I got a message from my mum in Munda, the Western Province, sending a big tataru to all of the family down there. I'll be there as soon as we finish this Pacific Games, and I know you'll look after me and Megan as we make our way to the beautiful Western Province, who will be represented in this cultural display that we are about to bear witness to.
And so now we get to see this remarkable depth, this beautiful texture of culture that makes up these wonderful islands. And now we're going to really celebrate with the Pacific what the Solomon is all about.
Well, you'll see canoes making their way to the field of play. Canoe, primary mode of transport for all of the Solomon Islands. Just under 1,000 islands connected by the Pacific Ocean. There's the water coming back onto the National Stadium.
So, Lisa, this again is the motive that's sort of running as a theme throughout this opening ceremony. Symbolism here of water, the white, the blue, the swirl costume as well. And now the canoes come out onto this main stadium as well.
Yes, and this first scene sees to the water, as Brendan has mentioned, a representation of Solomon Islands in its most natural form. The canoes also representing the provinces, the 9 provinces as well.
You may notice the 2 white canoes coming through now in the centre of the National Stadium, representing Christianity, the arrival of Christianity to the Solomon Islands, presented by these white canoes.
So themes and symbols here that make up this really rich tapestry of culture.
Well, strap yourselves in if you are tuning in. This is going to be a spectacular display of diversity and unity. As the hymn, Jesus, you hold in hand for me, reigns across the National Stadium, Lisa.
This is a very well-known tune, a theme song, which is very well-known to most and every Solomon Islander.
It's an emotional time, coming together, the culmination of such hard work, the nation unifying under the banner of sport. The translation, Jesus, you hold him hand for me. Jesus, you hold my hand. In Pidgin, the lingua franca, the language which unites the Solomon Islands. Nearly 70 languages, an unknown number of cultures unified by Pidgin. This very famous hymn reigns out around the Solomon Islands.
What a beautiful night it is to celebrate this occasion. As we were saying earlier, just this beautiful zephyr breeze, this warm flowing wind just blowing across this wonderful stadium here tonight. The grandstand full, palpably full of excitement. And now this cultural display, this extraordinary part of the world, on show for the rest of us to appreciate and come to love. The warmth, the hospitality, and the voices, and the culture. It's incredible.
Well, Pacific Games will
To say a
shortly
blessing for the
be blessed
2023 Pacific Games
by the
and
chairman
all
of the Solomon Islands
participants.
Christian Association,
Pour donner son
Reverend Dr.
bénédiction aux
Edward
Jeux
Holohai.
et à tous les participants. Veuillez accueillir le président de l'Association chrétienne des îles Salomon.
We welcome the chairman of the Solomon Islands Christian Association, Reverend Dr. Edward Kolohai.
Let us pray. Most gracious and loving God, we thank you for the opportunity of being here today, the day that we longed for, anticipated. We thank you for your care and your love, and thank you for bringing our Pacific neighbors, brothers and sisters, to our shores. We welcome with God's love our friends, brothers and sisters. May we engage in good sportsmanship in the coming 2 weeks. Be with us, Lord, as we come to open these Pacific Games officially. We ask for his blessing upon these sports and these games in these coming days. Bless our leaders who are here with us today, and bless those who watch from the corners of our Pacific nation, the Pacific Ocean. Be with us as we celebrate, challenge, and unite as the theme for these Pacific Games. Be our hearts, be open to share with one another the love, the gospel of Jesus Christ in our engagement, in our sportsmanship. May we promote God's kingdom as he will continue to bless us with wonderful gifts of life, and be with us in these days that are coming. We pray and uplift and ask God's blessing to be upon these Pacific Games, the 17th Pacific Games, in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Levons-nous pour saluer le drapeau et l'hymne national des îles Salomon.
The national anthem.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of the Solomon Islands and the raising of our nation's flag.
Of the national anthem there. The flag is raised, the scene is set, and shortly we will be treated to a performance of unity in diversity as the choir leaves the stage. The canoes move towards the middle, They will form in the motif of a turtle. Turtles holding significant cultural, spiritual and ecological importance in many Pacific Island cultures. They are revered as symbols of navigation, longevity and guardianship, and often feature in traditional myths, stories, rituals and arts, fitting the mascot of the 2023 Pacific Games. Solo, the turtle, will be with us shortly as these canoe structures assemble. We will be treated to a series of performances representing 4 regional areas of the Solomon Islands, Lisa.
And now just in the center stage there, we have the Central Islands dancers. We've also got the Makira. There's Renal and Bellona dancers also on center stage, which each provinces representing Solomon Islands will get the chance to take center stage. And here we have the Makira cultural performers. Cultural performers. That's the Eastern regional groups.
Move now to Renal and Bellona.
Yes, we have Renal and Bellona, the Polynesians of Solomon Islands, with their significance of the tattooing of the body. They also, Seamus, have this identity of a fish, which is usually placed on their right arm, which symbolizes maturity. As a child gets older or gets to a certain age, they have that symbol of a fish tattooed.
Will continue to change. Those not currently on stage performing everyday village duties and paddling their canoes through. There's so much activity coming here, it's hard to keep up with the movement and colour. As we see the entry of the Eastern region starting to prepare to come to centre stage.
Seamus, this is the Eastern Regional Group. We have the Makira cultural performers. Also on stage we have the Temotsu province Tele cultural performers who also will be performing. As you can see, those structured people in the costumes, they actually represent different elements with a spirit dance.
Well, such diversity across all of the Solomon Islands. Impossible to capture every element, the diversity of culture of this unique part of the world.
Here we have Temotu province cultural dancers with the costumes. Which they refer to as the Tamate Mata Polo Polo. It's like representing a spirit dance of children, and they have one which stands out from the rest of them. It acts like the mother.
Mesmerizing here at the National Stadium. The athletes of the 24 nations, enchanted as the rest of us, as these cultural groups move through their performances, representing the very different parts of the Solomon Islands.
So now on stage we have the East Regional groups. Now we have the Tikopia culture.
Polynesian outliers. Solomon Islands represented Polynesian, Micronesian and Melanesian culture, all under the one umbrella flag. Blue, yellow and green. Shortly we will have the entrance of the Western Regional Group, including the Teola, Agape and Choizel groups, as East makes way for West. Frigate bird motif, synonymous with Pacific culture.
And the also one thing that they all have in common when dancing is those shells that they have on their foot. That is also very common in all 9 provinces, although very different with its body art, the costumes, the painting, tattooing. But when it comes to dancing, you see those fruits that they tie around their legs for dancing. It is quite common in all the provinces across.
Here's the shield and the axe as well, harking back to tribal times gone by. A mixture of cultures, diversity on display here at the National Stadium. The opening ceremony of the 2023 Pacific Games here in the Solomon Islands.
And here we have the Kiribati culture, also in the Western Province, being represented as part of the people of Western Province.
Symbolism of paddling the canoes there, the transport, mode of transport, not only of times gone by, but still of modern day Solomon Islands. A string of islands spread across Northwest Pacific. Western region with Choiseul.
That's Choiseul province. Final group to be representing the Western region. There you have the paddle movement, which, as we re-emphasized, that the canoe paddling is very significant to all provinces as the Western region make their way off the center stage, and we will welcome the Northern regional groups to the center stage. Another array of colors and the diverse culture that Solomon Islands holds. This is the Northern region. This is from Malaita province, Seamus. That's where I'm from.
Absolutely stunning traditional wear, Lisa.
And it has, this traditional wear is carefully handcrafted. It's called a shell money. You can see on the necks of these women is a dolphin tooth. And each dance represents a story, of course. Those beautifully handmade costumes used for bride price.
So intricate, the traditional craft of the Solomon Islands as we move out to the outer islands, to Lord Howe.
Yes, you can see the yellow turmeric from the Malaita outer island, Lord Howe.
Colour, movement and energy. So much pride in representing the province of the Solomon Islands as we head to Isabel.
This is Isabel province, which is the longest island in Solomon Islands, being represented now.
Once again, you can hear shells ringing out, motifs of shields, sword, traditional art, tattoo. I'm sure the athletes, officials, and all the visitors to the Solomon Islands will have an opportunity to acquaint themselves with the 9 provinces make up this archipelago. Immensely proud tonight of the performers, and rounding us out, Lisa, is the Liko cultural performers on Malaita.
there we have a similar
And there you have a short tour of the 4 regions that make up the Solomon Islands. 9 provinces in total. Isabel, Central Province, Timotu, Choiseul, Makira Ulawa, the Western Province, Renal and Bellona, Malaita, and Guadalcanal, where we are located.
Extraordinary scenes here. Live
Accueillons
pictures
le
from
président du
Honiara, the
conseil
opening of the Pacific
d'administration
Games
du comité
2023.
d'organisation
Now
des
on
Jeux
to
du
the more
Pacifique
formal element of
2023.
the night's proceedings.
Please welcome the chairman of the 2023 Pacific Games Organizing Committee Board of Directors, Martin Rara.
Prime Minister and Minister of Sol 2023, Manasseh Sugaware, President of the Pacific Games Council, Vidya Lakan, CEO and members of the Council, distinguished guests, esteemed athletes, respected officials, and my cherished spectators. Today, as the chairman of this extraordinary Games Organizing Committee, I stand before you with immense pride and joy as we welcome together to celebrate the opening of the 17th Pacific Games. It is a momentous occasion that marks the culmination of countless hours of planning, dedication, and teamwork. On the thresh floor of this grand event, it is impossible not to feel the surge of excitement and anticipation. The Games are not merely a sporting event, they are a celebration of human achievement, camaraderie, and indomitable spirit of competition. Our journey to this point has been long and challenging, but through the tireless efforts of an exceptional team, we have overcome every obstacle and turned a vision into reality. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to each and every member of the organizing committee for their unwavering commitment, tireless work, and unwavering dedication. We have strived to create an unforgettable experience for all participants, spectators. Our aim has been to host the Games and not only to showcase the remarkable athletic prowess of our competitors, but also highlight the unique cultural heritage and vibrant spirit of our region. This ceremony is a celebration of the spirit of unity and friendship that the Games embody. As athletes from different nations gathered on the field today, remember that despite diverse backgrounds and experiences, we are all united by the common language of sport. Let us embrace this opportunity to build bridges and foster greater outstanding understanding among nations. To the athletes, I want to express my heartfelt admiration and respect for your relentless pursuit of excellence. You have trained tirelessly, sacrificed immensely, and overcome numerous challenges to reach this stage. Your dedication and determination are an inspiration to us all. Let the Games be a platform for you to forge lasting friendships, create memories, and showcase your talents to the world. To the officials, staff, and volunteers, I extend my deepest gratitude for your unwavering commitment and tireless efforts. Your hard work behind the scenes ensure the smooth functioning of the Games. To our beloved competitors, spectators, you are the lifeblood of the Games. Your presence Support and enthusiasm are the fuel, the spirits of the athletes, inspiring them to give their best performance. I encourage you to cheer loud and proud, create an atmosphere of excitement and unity, and celebrate the incredible achievement of these exceptional athletes. In conclusion, let us all embrace the spirit of these games with open hearts and minds. Let us celebrate the triumph of the human spirit and unite as one global community. May these games be a resounding success, leaving a lasting legacy of inspiration, friendship, and the pursuit of excellence. Thank you very much.
7 years in the making. The Games Organising Committee established in 2017.
What makes this evening extra special is that we have the privilege of celebrating 60 years of the Pacific Games, uniting our Pacific Islands through sport. Entering the stadium now, the Pacific Games Council's distinctive white flag with its blue wave line and 3 discs represents the waters and the 3 major regions of the Pacific.
Avec l'honneur d'être hôte du 60e année des Jeux du Pacifique, voici le drapeau blanc distinctif du Conseil des Jeux du Pacifique. La ligne bleue représente les eaux qui entourent les Jeux du Pacifique et les 3 disques au-dessus représentent les 3 régions principales.
Hugely successful national campaign. Each has a corner of the Pacific Games flag, which is going to be fluttering high above this wonderful stadium for the next 2 weeks. All of these athletes here have made a huge impact in the history and the development of sports in this country.
There is Solomon Islands' first ever gold medalist, Jim Morrell,
the Solomon Islands Olympics team
sprinter.
in the 1984 Summer Olympics.
Membre de la première équipe olympique des îles Salomon aux Jeux olympiques d'été de 1984 et vainqueur des médailles d'or et argent aux mini-jeux du Pacifique Sud.
Winner of gold and silver medals in the South Pacific Mini Games. Middle distance athlete,
l'athlète de demi-fond,
Charlie Oliver.
Le premier Salomonienne
really been one of the characters and personalities Seamus in the lead up to this event. Immensely proud.
Wimbledon, and the first to be ranked by the Association of Tennis Professionals.
Médaille d'or aux Jeux du Pacifique et porte-drapeau des Jeux du Commonwealth.
Pacific Games gold medalist and Commonwealth Games flag bearer.
Le joueur du tennis.
Tennis player Michael Leong.
And what a tennis player he was as well.
Representing the Solomon Islands in the 2008 Summer
Grand Prix
Olympics.
points at one stage as well, and led Solomon on some remarkable victories around Pacific
5 silver and 4 gold medals across the Pacific Games, Arapura Games, and Commonwealth Youth
But he got there, he was outstanding.
Weightlifter Wendy Halle.
Wonderful
Deux
weightlifter.
fois olympienne.
Now a national coach here, part of the resurgence of the sport of weightlifting in this country.
And 6 mini games.
Athlète de demi-fond.
Middle distance athlete Primo Higa. Specializing in the 100 meters.
Spécialisé dans le 100 mètres. Double olympien.
2-time Olympian and bronze medalist in both the Pacific Games and the Commonwealth Games. Sprinter Francis Manioru. Current head coach of the Solomon Islands women's national team. Internationally acclaimed footballer Baton Suri.
Yes, currently
Gold medalist in the half marathon in the South Pacific Mini Games in 2009.
Médaille d'or au semi-marathon au mini-jeux du Pacifique Sud en 2009. Le marathonien.
Marathon runner Chris Botu.
And still the national record holder over a number of middle distances, long distances here, 1,500, 3,000, 5,000, 10,000. He was a stunning athlete in his day. And Chris Baton there on the bottom edge of that Pacific Games flag, which is now being ceremoniously delivered. It will be hung and will flutter proudly. And as I said earlier on, the breeze as if on cue here, this beautiful zephyr breeze coming across this national stadium. It will look beautiful just fluttering above this wonderful scene here tonight. Live pictures from the national stadium, this extraordinary structure, which is such a legacy to the people of Solomon Islands.
That's right, Brendan. And if you're just tuning in, you're only getting a sneak peek of the facilities that are on offer for the athletes of the Pacific Games. There are 11 in total spread across the host city of Honiara. Here in the National Stadium, a brand new aquatic centre, the first ever in the country. Friendship Hall, an indoor facility. The SIF Academy will host football, 3x3 basketball, beach volleyball, karate and judo. Of course, existing facilities like Lawson Tama Stadium, DC Park, Honiara City Council, Sports Precinct, the Golf Club, Maranatha Hall, the National Tennis Centre, and the King George Hockey Turf, all in action over the next 14 days.
It's been a very clever development, hasn't it, Seamus and Lisa, the way that the centerpieces, of course, this national stadium, the swimming or the aquatic centre, but the refurbishment of the other facilities as well, which has kept costs down to a degree, but some considerable amount of money has gone into this work.
Yes, and just by having these facilities, it brings hope to our athletes, having the opportunity to host more international competitions in the future.
But not only hope, Lisa, I think also some dreams are probably being sown here tonight. There are some little kids watching this. There are some young people
pour jurer le serment des Jeux du Pacifique au nom de tous les fonctionnaires.
Please welcome Miss Antoinette Miniti, Basketball Technical Official, and Mr. Felipe Matar, International Sailing Jury.
Dreams are being sown. And here are oath takers now.
To swear the Pacific Games oath on behalf of all athletes.
Pour jurer le serment des Jeux du Pacifique au nom de tous les
athletes and officials.
Max Boussogo, basketball, and Miss Lara Grandjean, swimmer.
Now, Max Boussogo, basketballer for the Solomon Islands.
We declare that we will take part in the spirit of true sportsmanship, recognizing the rules that govern them and desirous of participating in them for the honor of our countries and the glory of our sport.
Lara Grandjean next. Here she is, this phenomenal swimmer from New Caledonia, taking up his oath.
Prendre part aux Jeux du Pacifique de 2023 dans un esprit sportif sincère, reconnaissant les règles qui les régissent et désireux d'y participer pour l'honneur de notre pays et la gloire du sport.
Speaking of pathways, there's one, a young New Caledonian swimmer ending up representing France.
And now Antoinette
We declare that we
basketball
will
technical
officiate
official.
in the Pacific Games 2023 in the spirit of true sportsmanship, recognizing the rules that govern them and desirous of participating in them for the honor of our countries and the glory of sport.
And finally, Philippe Mazar, International Sailing
Nous
Jury.
déclarons officier aux Jeux du Pacifique de 2023 dans un esprit sportif sincère, reconnaissant les règles qui les régissent et désireux d'y participer pour l'honneur de notre pays et la gloire du sport.
Shortly we will hear from the President of the Pacific Games Council,
Représentant le Conseil des Jeux du Pacifique,
and what a pivotal role Video has played in the development and the progression of sport in the Pacific. His oversight of one of the most profound eras and periods of Pacific sport, taking it to all corners of the Pacific. A great man, and we owe him a great deal.
Thank you, MC. The Prime Minister of Solomon Islands, Mr. Manasseh Sogavare, His Excellency, the Acting Governor-General of Solomon Islands, Cabinet Ministers and Members of Parliament, visiting heads of states, heads of government, and other representatives of governments from around the Pacific Islands, Presidents and Secretaries General of Member Pacific Games Association, President of INOC, Dr. Robin Mitchell, our valued sponsors and supporters of Pacific sports, members of my executive board, members of the media, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed an honor and a great privilege for me as President of the Pacific Games Council to welcome you all to the opening ceremony of the 17th Pacific Games here in the beautiful city of Honiara in the Solomon Islands. On your behalf, I warmly welcome the 5,000 athletes and team officials of the Pacific with their respective delegations representing the 24 countries that make up the membership of the Pacific Games Council. Many of you, particularly our friends from the north, have traveled far and wide to be here with us for these games. Welcome. I also recognize the presence of representatives of various governments who have contributed immensely in various ways and supported the government and the people of Solomon Islands in their preparation for hosting the 2023 Solomon Island Pacific Games. It is your valued support and the will and the determination of Prime Minister Mr. Sogavare and his government, and indeed the people of Solomon Islands, that has culminated in the provision of these world-class facilities and competition venues for the benefit of the athletes of the Pacific to showcase their talents and excel in their chosen sport, either to qualify for the 2024 Olympic Games or acquire points to enhance their rankings, enhance the ranking of the world rankings. To the 5,000 athletes and team officials from the 24 member countries participating in the 2023 Solomon Island Pacific Games, I congratulate each one of you on your selection to represent your country. It is indeed an honor and a privilege for you to do so. Our host, the PGA of Solomon Islands, with the support of the government, working tirelessly with CEO Peter Stewart and his Games Organizing Committee, ably supported by the National Games Hosting Authority under the capable leadership of Dr. Jimmy Rogers, have gone to great lengths to ensure that you, the athletes of the Pacific, have the best venues for your competitions, that you are comfortable in the Games Village, and that you are safe and well looked after during your stay in the Solomon Islands. I therefore urge each one of you to be good ambassadors of your sport and your country. Enjoy the hospitality of your good host and participate in these games in the spirit of the Pacific Games, upholding and enhancing our values of friendship, fair play, and excellence. Let us collectively rise to the challenges, unite and celebrate the 17 Pacific Games as one big Pacific family. I wish you the best of luck in your various competitions in the coming 2 weeks. Thank you.
Well, now we move to the celebration
In the days
of
ahead,
athletes' achievements.
we will witness the intensity, the drama, the courage, and the triumph as each of the athletes challenge themselves to achieve success.
Dans les jours à venir, nous serons témoins des moments intenses et dramatiques et des efforts courageux et triomphants de ces athlètes devant nous, qui vont devoir trouver la force et les ressources nécessaires pour surpasser ces défis. En honneur de leur effort, réussite et innombrables heures d'entraînement, nous rendons hommage aux athlètes des Jeux du Pacifique de 2023.
In honor of their efforts, achievements, and countless hours of training, we salute the 2023 Pacific Games athletes as they reach for the stars.
We see now the return of water to the National Stadium, and we will be entertained with a musical item here, Lisa.
And let it light your way to greatness. Go, Solo, go!
A familiar catch cry. Go, Solo, go is synonymous with sports fans here in the Solomon Islands, isn't it, Lisa?
Most definitely, young children know and are very familiar with this very popular Go Solo Go.
Some call it things that sounded like they were teaching, but if you ask me about what I think of this, well, in my country, soccer, I might give her a kiss. Love my country in the face of what people say. Always do, no matter count what may. If I have to die to serve it, but do it right away. Anything for mama land, don't stand in my way.
We're blind to color. I see a man of fashion, but I see my brother. Go different motherlands, same father. It's the United Solomon people power. Heard a rumor that we couldn't stand on alone.
I believe one day we're gonna stand proud alone.
Now it will not let you be my home. First sighting the opening ceremony. The official mascot, aptly nicknamed Solo. He will make an appearance very soon.
So green, so original. Everything about my home, incredible. Races and faces, beautiful. Yeah, we got a few colors, but they political. 9 provinces like lambs lined in a row. We just shepherd, no sure of which way to go. That's why we're standing up in this
in the middle of the H2O.
Got this microphone to spell out what's right from
official
wrong.
mascot of the 2023 Pacific Games, Solo, designed by Brian Finney, named by Damien Paul White from Woodford International School, and Zola Aramui, Betikama and Ventus College. Lisa, a focal part of the early promotion of the Pacific Games for Solo. We are about to see him take centre stage.
Solo has also traveled various islands and provinces around the Solomon Islands at the initial stages of preparations towards hosting the 17th Pacific Games, visiting schools, communities, villages, going out to as far as the west, to the eastern part of the Solomon.
They are revered as symbols of navigation, longevity, guardianship, featuring in myth stories, art, tattoos, and the canoes that were formed by the turtle that was formed by the canoes has now reformed into the shape of a ball.
le Premier
Incredible
ministre
scenes here in
des
Honiara
îles
tonight.
Salomon.
Opening ceremony.
Ladies and gentlemen,
of the 2023
please
Pacific
make welcome
Games.
the Prime Minister
Momentarily,
of the
Prime
Solomon
Minister of
Islands,
this
the
proud
Honorable
land,
Manasseh
to
Sogavare.
acknowledge this extraordinary effort. 7 years of it, and the crowd salute and celebrate.
Thank you, MC. Good evening, people of the Pacific and our partner countries gathered here or watching and listening in to the 2023 Pacific Games opening ceremony. All protocols observed. On behalf of all Solomon Islanders, welcome to the 2023 Pacific Games and to our home. Tonight, we take the first step in telling our game story to the world. The President of the Pacific Games Council, Mr. Vidya Lakan, and your team, the Acting Governor General and Speaker of the National Parliament, the Chief Justice, Ministers and Members of Parliament of Solomon Islands, His Excellency, the Honourable David Hurley, Governor General of Australia, His Excellency, Mr. Chai Dafeng, Vice Chairman of the Standing Committee of the National People's Congress of China, and the Envoy of the President, the Honourable James Marape, Prime Minister of the Independent States of Papua New Guinea, His Excellency, the President of Palau, Serengel Whips Jr., Ministers of Sports of Pacific countries and territories, Vice Minister for Culture, Sports and Tourism of South Korea, His Excellency Bayun Hyuk Chun, Ambassador of Saudi Arabia, His Excellency Sultan Fahad A. bin Kuzaim, Ambassador of Indonesia, His Excellency Adriana Supandri. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Pacific Games represent true spirit of the Pacific. It showcases the very best in sport, but it also plays a vital role in building economic, social, spiritual, and cultural bridges. I would like to acknowledge with a grateful heart, on behalf of a grateful nation, our partnership with key nations whose significant contributions have made these games possible. The People's Republic of China, our largest donor for the 2023 Pacific Games. Saudi Arabia, Australia, Indonesia, the Independent States of Papua New Guinea, Japan, New Zealand, Korea, India, and the United States of America. The support from these key partners has resulted in this magnificent sports venue, the refurbished educational institutions, and the health and transport of people and governments of the Pacific region. These exceptional facilities and infrastructure will benefit the Games and leave incredible legacies that will serve future generations of Solomon Islanders. I also recognize the 2023 Pacific Games sponsors who have worked hand in hand with the Games Organizing Committee and the National Hosting Authority to create a memorable event that reflects the solidarity of our people, our country,
and our region. On August 16 this year, I was proud to launch the 2023 Pacific Games Baton Relay on its 100-day 2023 Pacific Games Baton Relay on its 100-day journey, which will end here tonight. The relay touched the hearts and souls of the nation. It inspired countless thousands in communities and villages in the farthest reaches of our country. Time and time again, it has shown us the power of sports and games to inspire, to elevate, to give joy to our people as proud hosts of the preparing for these games has been the experience of a lifetime. We have lived the theme for the 2023 Pacific Games. We faced multiple challenges. We celebrated our resilience, and through the games, we united our country. It is now our honor to hand the games over to the athletes of the Pacific. Challenge yourselves, celebrate our Pacific diversity, and unite our region. May God bless and protect you as you participate in the 2023 Pacific Games. Wow. All glory be to God. Thank you for listening.
Now we will be entertained by Joey Manimake. This is our time.
And the very proud Prime Minister there of the Solomon Islands, mentioning the solidarity, the true spirit of the Pacific Games, and honouring the contribution of the friends of Solomon Islands that have made this night of nights possible. This infrastructure that the Prime Minister mentioned as well, the legacy and the future for the Solomon Islands.
Stand by your culture and right up our ancestors. Looking down on us, we've come with the way, with the sound of our faith. Here to conquer with our faith, to be bolder and prevail. This is our time, this is a moment, our time to shine. Let the whole world know that we can't define. We are Solomon Islands. We are Solomon Islands. Our drums and our conscience have come to our shores. Our brothers and sisters united more than ever before. Pacific warriors, we come with the winds, with the sound of our faith. Here to conquer with our faith, to be bolder and prevail. This is our time, this is a moment, our time to shine. Let the whole world know that we can't unite, we can't define. We're Solomon Islands. This is our time, this is a moment, our time to shine. Let the whole world know that we can't unite, we can't define. We're Solomon Islands. We are Solomon Islands. We are Solomon Islands. We are Solomon Islands. Yeah. This is my time, this is my moment, my time to shine. Let the whole world know that I can't ignite, I can't define. I'm Solomon Island.
For the last 100 days, the 2023 Pacific Games Baton has brought the joy and inspiration of the Games to every show across Solomon Islands from east to west, touching the lives of tens of thousands of Solomon Islanders.
Pendant une centaine de jours, le Bâton des Jeux du Pacifique 2023 a parcouru tout autour les îles Salomon en partageant la joie et l'inspiration des Jeux. Pour la dernière étape du grand voyage du bâton, souhaitez la bienvenue.
To start the final leg of the Baton's epic journey to the 2023 Pacific Games, please welcome to the field our very own leatherback turtle, local to our islands, Solo!
The mascot Solo enters the National Stadium with the Games Baton. His paddle has been all across the Solomon Islands over the last 100 days, bringing joy and inspiration of the Games across every shore from east to west, touching the lives and touching the hands, literally, of tens of thousands of Solomon Islanders. And there you see the logo of the Pacific Games, the paddles, the national colours of green, yellow and blue. there is Solo with the game's baton as paddle. It has been all across the Solomon Islands. It left the National Stadium 100 days ago. It has been through all 9 of the provinces of the Solomon Islands. Started in Isabel, to the Central Province, over to Timotu, Choiseul,
Receiving the baton,
Bologna,
competitor at the 2015 and the 2019 Pacific Games, and the 2017 and 2022 mini games.
Concurrent aux Jeux du Pacifique 2015 et 2019 et aux mini-jeux 2017 et 2022, seulement 24 ans.
At only 24 years of age, tennis player Charlie Jr. Benjamin.
Wonderful moment in front of the Western Grandstand.
And Seamus, at the 100-day mark, the paddle left the stadium also in a relay type of journey, and it's coming back.
Prenons le bâton, médaille d'argent et d'or au lancer du poids et au tennis de table lors de 3 Jeux du Pacifique.
Now with the baton, silver and gold medalist in shot put and table tennis at 3 previous Pacific Games, Para-Olympian Helen Sauhanga.
Helen Sauhanga.
An incredible athlete, and obviously enjoying the night, as indeed is the Solomon Islands. This has been an extraordinary evening here. It's heading toward a culmination.
Well, Helen will pass the baton over to the next Solomon Islands sporting ambassador.
Prenons le bâton, médaille d'or au semi-marathon au mini-jeux du Pacifique Sud en 2009, marathonienne et légende d'athlétisme.
Now carrying the baton, gold medalist in the half marathon in the South Pacific Mini Games in 2009, marathon runner Chris Baton.
Has travelled around a track, Brendan.
Indeed, but he was a formidable athlete, and again he too is enjoying, as I said earlier on, still enjoys a number of national records to his name. Medalist at the Pacific Games, represented Solomon Islands for a number of years. A fantastic celebration of his career. I'm sure he probably would never have thought, Lisa and Seamus, that he would be here in this moment, at this time, in front of this many people, in this stadium, here in Honiara.
No, it is a truly spectacular evening, setting the scene for what will be 2 weeks of incredible competition, Lisa.
Most definitely, the baton is being passed on to
Deux fois olympienne.
middle distance
12-time gold, 15 silver, and 18 bronze medalists over 5 Pacific Games and 6 mini games.
Champion d'athlétisme de demi-fond.
Middle distance athletics champion, Primo Higa.
This event, as we were saying earlier on, is going to entice, encourage, and motivate a new generation. And who knows, we might even discover them here in the next 2 weeks. As I said, 80 of the country's finest have just got back from China. They spent 3 months up there, part of a talent identification program. And I think, who knows what we're going to see in the next 2 weeks.
Well, let's not forget, when Primo Higa was making his name, there wasn't a running track in the Solomon Islands. There wasn't a swimming pool in the Solomon Islands.
Prenons le bâton, le premier footballeur professionnel des îles Salomon.
Carrying the baton now, the first professional football player of the Solomon Islands, winner of the Golden Boot in 1996, and the current head coach of the national women's soccer team,
l'entraîneur-chef de l'équipe nationale féminine du football,
football legend Baton Suri.
Professionally in Australia, pioneer for football in the Pacific, who hands the baton over to Joseph Saime, a boxer of some note.
Receiving the baton, gold medalist in the 1995 Pacific Games, silver in the 1991, and bronze in the 1994 Oceania Boxing Championships.
Médaille d'or aux Jeux du Pacifique de 1995 et d'argent et du bronze au championnat du boxe l'Océanie de 1991 et 1994. Boxer
Joseph Saime.
Got Benny Pike here. And Mervyn going to be looking after the boxing. Fans are going to love that in the second week of competition here at the Pacific Games.
Prenons le bâton et à la tête des débuts internationaux de l'équipe nationale féminine de football de 2007 en tant qu'entraîneur-chef.
1994 Melanesian Cup winner and 1995 South Pacific Games silver medalist as a player. And heading up the national women's soccer team's international debut in 2007 as head coach. Give it up for Timothy Inifiri.
Will 2023 be the chance for the next generation of footballers following in the footsteps of the Barefoot Brigade from 1963?
Well, they've made a solid start already, Seamus. Perhaps not as many goals as the local fans would like, but nevertheless, a couple of nice wins already for Solomon, so progress it is. As we celebrate and honour this amazing baton. Carried around these beautiful islands.
It's reaching a crescendo, and fittingly, the final leg will be taken by the Solomon Islands' first ever Pacific Games gold medalist. It was known as the South Pacific Games back then. Jim Marau.
With the honor of the very final leg of this epic baton journey, the
first Solomon Islander
Solomon Islander South Pacific Games
and now has the
medalist.
opportunity.
Le premier médaille d'or des îles Salomon aux Jeux du Pacifique Sud.
Put that paddle
Gold in the 100
into the water, which connects the Solomon Islands to the rest of the Pacific.
And bronze in the 400-meter relay in the 1975 South Pacific
with
Games.
this waterfall, which will run for the entire Games. Water that carries life, embraces our lands, and unites us all as Pacific Islanders. An emotional moment here. As Jim Marau will put this paddle into the waterfall.
In the 2023 Pacific Games.
Pour l'ouverture officielle des Jeux du Pacifique 2023, veuillez accueillir.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Prime Minister Honorable Manasseh Sogavare.
We left to the Prime Minister to officially open
the
Pacific Games.
And now, without further delay, and on behalf of all Solomon Islanders, and in the presence of all of you here, and those watching and listening throughout the world, I am honored to declare the 2023 Pacific Games open!
And Jim Marau connects the baton which sets the rains falling. The essence of life, water, alive and well. The spirit of Pacific ignited at the National Stadium in Honiara, Solomon Islands.
And I tell you, your Prime Minister was certainly feeling that passion. That was a delivery. He was very, very emotional when he opened and declared the games open.
Well, all that's left for the athletes to do is to challenge, celebrate, and unite as the 2023 Pacific Games Solomon Islands is officially open.
So now the competition begins. The athletes are gathered. Honiara and the Solomon Islands has turned on an extraordinary Melanesian welcome. Come on! And now we are set for 2 big weeks of competition. And the first medal of these games will be decided in an hour. Tomorrow morning, in fact. And all the Solomon Islands, I'm sure, will be hoping that the weightlifting legend, Lily Winning, will be crowned champion of the women's 55-kilo category. That's tomorrow morning. But right now, the Solomon Islands is celebrating an extraordinary opening ceremony.
Packed full of emotion, of culture. A sporting extravaganza awaits. Fitting opening. Solomon Islands steps into the spotlight as the proud 7th nation to host the Pacific Games. Stay with us for the next 2 weeks. We invite you to join us to explore the captivating wonders of the Solomon Islands, a true paradise waiting to be explored.
This is our story. For the sacrifices we make, challenges that we face, we strive to be the best out of the rest. Champion.
Raise your hands up to the sky and wave it side to side to show the love so we unite, Pacific as one. We sing a harmony. Reach for the stars, so we will play Melanesian way. Solomon
I've got a feeling maybe some of these athletes could get involved in this very, very soon. This is on the far side of the stadium. I've got a feeling there's going to be a little bit of a dance-a-thon going on here.
And what is it, Nate? There's a real feeling, a joyous celebration. The challenges have been overcome. It's time to celebrate. It's time to unite. The athletes start to file.
Le chanson officiel des Jeux.
Performing the official theme song, Challenge, Celebrate, Unite. Give it up once again for Amy Barra, Cousin, and Jaro Loco.
I'm sure we'll see more musical performances over the course of the 2
The
weeks.
2023 Pacific Games Paddle Baton ends its journey here, connecting with this waterfall, which will run for the entire duration of the Games. It is water that carries life, embracing our lands, uniting us all as Pacific Islanders. One ocean, one Pacific.
Well, the fans
Tonight's
will head home
event
happy
has
tonight.
over 3,000 local
a short sleep before
performers
competition
who have
starts
come
tomorrow,
together
Lisa.
to make it spectacular.
We've also got
You
some
follow
competitions already starting off.
Big fella Tagyo Tomas to Dreamcast
And the
Theatre
majority
for
of the
putting together an
competitions
incredible
starts
show.
tomorrow morning.
Yeah, that's right.
And
Judo,
It's time
Rugby League
now
9, sailing,
to please
swimming,
stand for the
table
departure
tennis and
of
weightlifting
our
all underway
honored
tomorrow.
guests.
Indeed, and I just wonder what this home ground advantage is going to do for this monstrous Solomon's team, Seamus. I mean, the passion, we saw it from the Prime Minister down tonight. I mean, he was really passionate and totally invested in what's going on here. And that was just palpable throughout the night. What is that going to translate, do you think, into medals here?
Well, I don't know about you, Lisa, but I felt the energy rise when the Solomon Islands team walked out on the National Stadium, and I'm sure that enthusiasm will carry our athletes through the next 2 weeks.
Most definitely. You can see the passion, the energy, and the pride Team Solomon has. Maybe it might make a difference whilst competing on home soil.
Well, if that hasn't energized the public of the Solomon Islands to get your tickets and get into the venues, I'm not sure what will.
Well, I tell you what, they still haven't left outside, so that's an
Ladies and
indication of a
gentlemen,
commitment.
it's not over yet.
The 12,000
We've
people
got
in here have
something
loved every
special
moment of
in
it, but
store
still
for
outside
you.
they are absolutely
Give it up for the
deep.
athletes as they
People
start
have
to
just
leave
come
the
into Central
stadium.
Honiara. They're surrounded
The
this
next 14
grandstand. It
days
is
will be
monstrous
filled
outside.
with
They are
nothing
going nowhere.
but the best of the best sportsmanship,
It's going to be an incredible 2 weeks, and we look forward to bringing all the action
and inspirational achievements that
fans
lie
all
across our
around the
Pacific.
Pacific
Les
and
14
further
jours
afield.
prochains seront remplis de courage, de triomphe et d'exploits inspirants alors que chacun de nos athlètes tentera d'atteindre l'impossible dans un esprit de compétition
What a
joyeuse.
spectacular display. Over
We wish
3,000
them strength,
participants in this
courage, and
opening
all the
ceremony. A
very
huge
best in
undertaking.
their competitions in the days
But
to come.
just the size and the enormity overall of the
de la
game, Seamus. I mean,
courage pour leur
5,000
compétition
athletes,
dans les
24
jours qui
countries.
viennent.
You spoke earlier on tonight of the humble beginnings of hosting events here, sports events. Look at this. As the lights in this magnificent stadium start to dim, I think there's a sense that something's going to go. And there it is, announcing that the games are underway. We're just hours away from the first medals here in Honiara. And tonight we are going to enjoy a sumptuous evening of fireworks, culture, sporting endeavour, and legacy for this wonderful country.
Well, a spectacular fireworks display to win an incredible opening ceremony.
Indeed, a special night indeed for Solomon Islands. The games has now been officially opened and fireworks to nicely wrap up tonight's 17th Pacific Games opening ceremony here in Honiara.
Well, Seamus and Lisa, it's been my honour to share this duty of the opening ceremony with you here tonight. Thank you very much indeed on behalf of all your visitors for your generosity and making me feel welcome up here on this special night for you. And as locals, as Solomon Islanders, you must be feeling very proud, and it's been a very, very important moment for me, and I thank you so much indeed for inviting me up here.
Well, it has been a real pleasure, Brendan, having you here. But for me, on a personal note, it was quite an emotional time for me to see how far we've come in terms of preparing for this occasion for the first time in history. So it's a really special moment, especially for me up here in commentary as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure not only the Solomon Islanders here in the stadium, those outside the precinct, and everywhere from Utupua in the east to the Shortland Islands in the west, Luaniao Island in the north, and Renalangolona in the south. The whole of the Solomon Islands steps into the international spotlight tonight. opening ceremony of the 2023 Pacific Games. The fireworks display is something to behold, it really is. As the Honiara skyline is illuminated with fireworks that signal the opening of the biggest event to be held here in the Solomon Islands. Well, as the evening starts to wind down here, attention turns to the sporting program, which will begin in earnest tomorrow morning. Fireworks continue to blast. The atmosphere is electric. Welcome to the Happy Isles of the Solomon Islands. Well, a fitting end to a spectacular night of colour, culture and celebration. On behalf of Lisa Ossifello and Brendan Telfer, tangi tumaso katawantoks for joining us to welcome the world to Honiara and the Solomon Islands with the opening ceremony of the 2023 Pacific Games. We hope you join us for day one of competition tomorrow, but for now, it's good night from the National Stadium in Honiara, Solomon Islands.